I guess not. You're very good. So I don't know if you noticed, but the first version of the agenda, which was flawed because it had the wrong start time, also had an extra hour in it. So when I adjusted things, we had to trim basically everything on the agenda. So I'm gonna be pretty strict about time today, if you don't mind. We have 2 members of the public present and 1 member of the public online. We may get more online. We may get more both ways. Just a reminder that the participants in the meeting are the working group members. If you want to talk with one of the non-working group members, please do so over a break. And if they want to submit comments, they're welcome to use the public comments input form that's on the website. So, are you going to show my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And a reminder to speak up for those online.
Oh, yes, and we are talking to this is an owl, and that's what enables the people that are online to hear you. So we need to make sure the owl hears you. So today's meeting, we have a few objectives. One is we do, next slide, we can go on to it. We're gonna get a presentation on the comments that have been submitted since we started on the online comment form. And the big emphasis today is giving you an opportunity to speak with each other. So I designed the agenda so the presentations are before lunch and the opportunity for you to do most of your talking is after lunch. So that was on purpose to do it that way. We're going to get 3 presentations. One is about the results of the survey that Idaho Fish and Game did of the hunting population in Idaho about the topics that you are considering. Second is to look at hunting trends and other data that are used in setting seasons. And then third is to find out what's currently legal and currently not legal in the state of Idaho with regard to technology. So then we'll have an opportunity for you to have a number of conversations after lunch too, and I'll be moving you around the room. So you're talking with different people. And then we'll close up with just identification of any next steps that we need to make note of. So with that, a reminder of the ground rules that we've agreed that we're using to conduct the meetings. One is participate with intention. And what I really mean here is pay attention to what's being talked about and make your contributions that are germane for that current topic. So bringing up a long-winded story about something that's not related to what we're talking about is not helpful to keeping us on track. Sometimes you can't help yourself, and I get that, but try to pay attention to what we're currently talking about. The second one is to appreciate the diversity of perspectives that are in the room. You were designed to include a cross-section of opinions about the topics that you're talking about. And so you already know what you know. What I want you to do is listen to each other with curiosity to understand what other people think and feel and why they think and feel the way they do. And because the diversity of opinion in the room is what's going to make your advice more useful to Idaho Department of Fish and Game. And we want to make sure that we maintain a respectful space. You may vehemently disagree with somebody, but do so in a respectful way. So if that's possible, because we really want to make sure that when it's your turn to speak, you're treated with respect as well. So with that,
It'll be my turn.
yeah, no, we're going to do very quick introductions around the room. Just one sentence about what sticks with you about what you've learned so far. So your name and what's sticking with you. And anybody who wants to go first can. Yes, Kim.
What sticks with me the most is the ethics of the hunter is key to everything, and no matter what the technology is, that's gonna be the baseline.
Thank you. Lee.
I'll go Nathan Gatt. Bear chase is everyone's own personal journey. That was stuck with me pretty well.
Okay, thank you. You don't have to wait for me to acknowledge you.
Okay.
I'll go. I agree with Nate there. The fair chase and the ethics is like, it's your own personal values. It can't be taught to you. It's just something that you inherently have. And not everybody's values are the same.
Thank you.
Rob Thornberry, what stuck with me so far is how everyone's willing to share their opinions.
Hey. Others?
Kevin Rogers, just the complexity of this issue is going to make a consensus challenge. I'm intimidated by that.
You're intimidated, is that what?
Well, I mean, not intimidated, it seems like a daunting task that we will all coalesce around a common thing and make a recommendation that it's totally that.
We sure hope we get there.
I hope so.
Jeff Shin, and I think the thing I'm taking away from this is like any time there's a public process, that the opinions come out loud and strong, and a lot of times sometimes not very informed, but even on point, but looking at the results coming in, it gives me a lot. I think we've got a lot to work with that's gonna be just consistent with what the public is telling us.
Good, thank you.
Derek Canterbury, just realized that our hunting public is passionate, just as passionate about their technology as they are big game.
Yeah. You're not talking with passive people here. Yeah.
Um,
Go ahead, Dylan.
so Dylan Halverson, sorry I couldn't be there today. I figured you guys didn't all want the flu, so. Otherwise, for the most part, what I've taken away is how similar minded the whole group has been. Of course, we have our own, little things we disagree on, but for the most part in the breakout groups and stuff, we've been as a group fairly, consistently on the similar boat, so to speak.
Great, thank you.
Alex Martin.
Yeah.
So what I've taken away from most of this so far is that what I've seen from the comments and from the group here in general is that fair chase and ethical hunting are far more important to most people than being allowed to do whatever they want. That fair chase ethic seems to be very important to almost everybody that's commented. There's been a few that have been, I want to do whatever I want to do and stay out of my business, but the majority of people have said, I will happily take limits if it means fair chases.
Yeah.
Morning, Tim Crane. I guess I look at ethics a little bit differently than you do. I feel that they can be taught, and we need to try to teach them and influence them. We see that from how children are raised through adulthood, so I think we need to look at this as an opportunity to engage in what ethics are, and because people do have their own values, certainly. And they are entitled to them, but there is a standard, and I think we need to look at that, and, because we're all here for the same thing. We love the wildlife, we love the pursuit, and, our ethical values can be based and as a foundation around.
Thank you.
Matt Borg, a lot of the lines, along the same lines as that, I mean, a lot of people are very passionate. But there is a wide variety of comments we're getting and passions from everybody, how they've been raised, to their thoughts on all these different opinions, so.
What has been spoken?
Jason Thought. Kind of same thing as Matt. I mean, the people I've been talking to, they've got passion on both sides of the fence here. And just finding a common ground that we can all come to move this process forward is kind of what we're hoping to do anyway, so. I think that we got a good group, and I think that we can do it. There's just gonna be a lot of work.
Reminder to folks to speak up.
Oh. Everyone speak up, yes.
Larry Hatter, I just know that everyone in this room and every sportsman in Idaho,
no matter what we feel, either side of the fence, we're all looking to preserve what we love for future generations and for ourselves in the meantime. But most importantly, I can tell by a lot of the comments online and speaking to people in person that everyone knows that it's time to make a few changes to kind of get in the game. The time to kind of sit on our hands and just not do anything good.
Gives a little impetus to work together, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes.
Holly Hemingway, what sticks with me is just that there is a wide range of opinions and judgments on these different technologies that we've discussed in this group and in the general public. Definitely not consensus in either place. But I'm happy to be here and hear the presenters today and hear from everyone.
Great.
Bryce.
I got someone. You had no idea that was happening. Yeah.
I appreciate y'all for being here. The education's been awesome. Love listening to everybody. You know, our phones, our computers, TVs, everything needs a software update. I think, you know, with fair chase and ethics, I think that we do need to set some new standards. We've got a lot of technologies that, you know, enforcement didn't have to worry about, you know, a few years ago. And tomorrow, there's gonna be a bunch more. So there has to be standards. I think it's important for everybody to realize it's part of the process, and boundaries are established in every sport, or we don't have a sport. So things have to be kind of, like I say, a software update on some of this stuff.
Thank you. Bryce.
Bryce Oldmeyer. I guess what stuck with me so far, or has kind of stood out, is how passionate everyone is in this room and everyone who's participating online. That's really, I guess, I don't know. I knew everyone was really passionate, but also everyone's got very different backgrounds and perspectives. And that there's so much overlap in what we're passionate about, and a lot of the suggestions and ideas that I think we can make progress on and come to conclusions on. Gives me a lot of optimism that over the next couple of weeks, we'll come up with a good product. Couple months.
We're not gonna do it.
No,
We're
it's
gonna
not
go
now.
with these, yeah.
Today.
Okay.
Today's gonna be a big day, yeah.
So does that work, Bryce?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Manning, things that standing out to me from all the meetings we've had and the discussions and seeing some of the comments online, is we need a lot more education versus legislation. Lots of lack of understanding of a lot of the technologies of what I'm seeing. And that fear is just wanting to ban it versus understanding it. So I think education is necessary.
Are we loud enough?
Yep.
Okay.
Dustin Webster, what I'm really stuck with me is with all of our passions that we have on every little bit that we look at. It at least for me personally, right, where we want it to come out perfect, we want it to work out for everybody, and what I'm realizing is that's just not gonna happen. You're gonna have to let some of that passion and that drive slip away a little bit. Not that you can be less passionate, but we're gonna have to realize that dudes that are up north are gonna be hunting completely different than the people in southern Idaho. And the guys that live where I'm at in central Idaho, we hunt completely different than both of those guys in their own sense. We have a beautiful blend of long range, as well as places where you can get up close and personal too. So what's really sticking with me is one, the numbers that we're gonna learn today will have a big impact, I think, when it comes down to population percentage of take. Two, the historical numbers that we're pulling up are interesting to see with the other previous redactions of technology that we had when we first did our muzzleloader stuff in 2007. If you look at the drop there, that was pretty significant. So there is a way, I think, that you're going to be able to quote unquote save the species and save the tradition. But also, we're gonna have to let the folks that are up and coming, that are tech savvy, come into the sport somehow. We can't we can't bar them out because they got $127 inline as opposed to an $800 traditional muzzleloader. The industry, I think, is gonna have it's gonna be complicated going against the industry on this one, just because if you look around right now, there's not a whole lot of quote unquote traditional products that are out on the market. So I think that's something that we need to take into consideration as well. You go into any store and there's not a single SD carded cell cam. Right? They're all cellular.
I found one.
Yeah.
It was over in Walmart. Yeah, they're all.
Right? I run a sporting goods store.
Okay.
I get to see this technology
Yep.
everywhere. So there's gonna have to be a little bit of let go on that. And I would agree, there is a lot of misinformation, a lot of misunderstanding of some of that technology, and I'm a hardcore trad guy. I like my inferior weapon systems, but it's coming to a point where we're going to start ostracizing a lot of people if we don't allow at least a modicum of it.
Hey, who hasn't spoken yet?
I have Doug Talbot. I don't know if I have anything really to add, basically, what some people have said. I guess all I'd say is I feel like the end goal of what most people, I think, looks the same. We want to preserve our opportunities and our resources. The method to that looks a little different for everybody. And I think that's maybe one of the takeaways that I have is we all want to get to the same place. I think but maybe how to get there is a little different.
Is Jeff raising his hand yet?
I don't believe so, but I think we also have Chelsea.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Nicole
We
also.
just, we have 2 members that are not able to be with, well, 3 people are not able to be with us, but 2 are online with us. So go ahead, Chelsea.
Chelsea Merriman, a lot of, I think what I've taken has been stated, but I think the one thing that really sticks out the most is this dialogue of ethics and how everyone feels very, very strongly about it, but I think we could spend the rest of our working group just coming up with a definition of it, and so we've got we've got a lot of work to do to reach consensus on that, and then try to come up with something that's a recommendation that has longitude through not just this season or this year, but through another generation, especially with the trajectory that technology evolves within a generation.
Thank you. You were keeping track?
Nicole is also.
Okay, Nicole.
Yeah, Nicole Swafford, I think, my takeaways have probably been covered for the most part, but the passions on both sides, but the willingness to have the conversation and to hear each other out. And that's played out in this group, and then the conversations I've had outside of this group, also similar to Alex, is that people have strong opinions and strong passions about their style of hunting, but everybody that I've spoken with has been really willing to have that discussion, to have some limits if it means perpetuating the future of hunting. And I think somebody in one of my conversations had brought up death by 1,000 cuts, because we had kind of talked about, well, some of these technologies, some of these things we're looking at, maybe they don't impact everybody, maybe they're just kind of a small impact, but then when you take those collectively, that's, I think, where the conversation started shifting that I was having with some people outside of the group. And then that light bulb really clicked on for some people of, okay, we do need to look at this collectively and everything that we're taking into, because it is all eventually gonna have an impact.
Thank you. Were you keeping track?
That's all that I kept track of. Did I miss
Okay.
anybody?
If Jeff wasn't online too.
Jeff is online. Jeff, you're online. If you want to unmute yourself, you have speaking capabilities to answer the prompt.
Okay, just to reiterate, I mean, a lot of people have said what's on my mind as well, but technology in my mind, I think we've all realized that it's good. Humans are ingenious, so we're always going to be developing new technology. I think our burden is how we apply that technology to preserve ethics in its application for hunting and fair chase.
Thank you. Okay, well, welcome to the meeting. Those of you that were able to get here today, and those of you that are online. And you are correct, I did go out of order, but it's now your turn.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I just gotta
I didn't get my glasses on in time to look at my agenda. So
work some tech
I'll
things
just
out
tell you
here.
a quick, silly, funny thing about my life. My son is 29 and he has a flip phone. He's morally opposed to smartphones. And it's just interesting to hear you talk about technology and the debate we have at our house about 4G versus 5G and how the world is forcing it down his throat. So, at any rate.
So Wendy, I'm just gonna go straight through the public feedback form and then go right into the survey
Yes,
if that
that's
works for
great.
you. Okay, perfect. We are sharing. Come on, computer. Okay. So each of you should have received the full summary of the comments that we have received through the online public feedback form. We summarize comments as of 12:12 at 9:10 in the morning. Any comments that have been received since then will be included in the next summarization. As you can imagine, reading all of these comments verbatim, as y'all should know, because you probably read them, takes a long time, and then figuring out how to categorize them and summarize them in a way that works for this format takes a lot of time. So that's why we need to give ourselves on the internal side of things a little bit of time to work through that. Give it to you with plenty of time to review and look through before the meeting. So that's why there's that delay. So any new comments that have come in since then will be reviewed. Will be reviewed or included in the next one. And I apologize for my voice. I'm in the tail end of a head cold and it has all settled right here.
She
So-
sounds better than yesterday.
Oh, God, it was bad. So I apologize. If you have any issues hearing me or understanding me, please let me know and I will excuse myself to try and handle the situation. So with that. Move on, next slide. Oh, no. Why aren't you going? There we go. Okay, so as of 12:12, we have received 187 unique comments. So again, anyone that submits multiple comments are combined into one. Anyone that submits blank comments are deleted because we don't have any content for them. So after we did that cleaning process, we have received 187 comments. 181 of them are from Idaho residents. 6 are from out of state, including Montana, California, Oregon, Washington, and Wyoming. Something that I want to make sure to point out that is very important for this greater conversation is that public feedback comments that we receive through the website are reflections of the opinions of a self-selected group of hunters. They are not unbiased and they are not necessarily representative of the larger general Idaho hunting population. So.
Thank you about that.
Reminder.
Reminder to please silence your phones. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
But anyways, it doesn't devalue the feedback that you receive. The feedback is very important. It is one aspect of feedback, but that's why we also wanted to do the survey to have that unbiased representative sample of the Idaho hunting population as a whole. Not just the individuals that either had an opinion one way or the other that wanted to participate in the process and took the time to participate in the process. So your work here in the working group, plus the public feedback form and the public feedback we receive online, plus the survey results that we will be going into after this, provide a wonderful kind of full picture of kind of the public set and how they view these issues. So I want to make sure that was clear. So in summation, this is basically the results that we have so far to date. What's it say here? The orange is opposed, the blue is support, and then the other color, which I can't see through this angle, green is support, but with caveats. So as far as from the public feedback forms that we have received to date, the most opposition that we have seen is related to thermals, drones, location sharing / live feeds. From there, it gets a little bit closer. Obviously, trail cameras in general, pretty split with some caveats. Long range optics, a lot of support, some opposition. Long range shooting, we have a lot of opposition, but when you break it down into scopes with turrets, optics, you kind of break it down piece by piece, that gets a little bit muddier. E-bikes, motor restrictions, pretty evenly split. Night vision. Those folks that did participate, that said that they were, that didn't mention this types of technology is all opposed. Yes.
Quick question, just for clarity. So when it says support, they support the use of, or they support it being regulated?
They support the technology,
Okay.
so the use of.
Except motorized in e-bike, because they support the restrictions, that's the only one that's flipped.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question, so, if someone comments and they list, I don't like this and this and this and this and this. Do those all get put in each comp, so there's one person that gets a bunch
Correct.
of votes?
So
But if
it's not,
someone gets on and says, I don't want any restrictions, that's just one vote.
so it's not necessarily a vote, it's
Or
a how,
just a-
it's a how many times these technologies got mentioned in the
Okay.
comments. So if someone wrote a thesis
Right.
and laid out, which I'm sure some of you have read, laid out all of these different things, then it gets mentioned this many times. But if someone has, for example, their one bone to pick for, so to speak, is thermals, then they just get counted in the thermal. So this isn't necessarily to be
It's not like
votes.
there's that many people.
It's that many times that
It's that
an
many
individual that mentioned it. Does that make
You're
sense?
not counting the same individual multiple times, just like a one-time deal, because I know people go on and they'll post.
Correct, that's why we combine comments, right? So even if that person submitted 4 comments that were the same thing, that said the same thing, they get combined into one and they get one thermal. Or one drones, or one whatever.
Perfect.
Yes,
The numbers on the side is that, let's just pick thermals, that's 52 people, or is that 50%?
that is 52 times,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
52 different individuals mentioned thermals, that they were opposed to thermals. Is that clear?
Yes.
To the group? Okay. So. Any questions or concerns related to that? Again, you have the full summary. Yes, sir.
So one thing I've noticed, and I haven't got through them all yet, but I've noticed and enjoyed the fact that it seems that the comments that are being given are being more substantive. Rather than just a vote, we're starting to see a rationales why they're feeling that way, which is very helpful. And working for the BLM and receiving comments on everything we do. A vote isn't helpful, it's why you feel that way and what you might suggest and because that's what's gonna help us most is comments that are gonna be informative for us to help determine where we want to go. But I do have a question, is there a trend in participation in public comments? Do you see in numbers and which way they're going? Since our first meeting?
So we basically see bumps after each meeting. As far as participation, then it kind of trickles in a little bit, and then after a meeting for a couple of days, it bumps up and then it kind of trickles down. So it's definitely following the conversations.
Are we seeing more comments now than we did earlier and since we began?
Yeah, so like I said, we already have 187 as of 12/12. Yesterday, raw comments not combined. We haven't gone through the cleaning process yet, but we have almost 300.
Yeah, it's the holidays. People don't start.
Yeah, they're common, not busy, yeah.
Well, they know too that we're getting to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremiah, this is just the feedback form. This isn't the survey yet. No, this is just what we received from people that submitted their own comments online through our online feedback form. We'll get into the survey results.
Right, because I know most of the comments, if they're gonna submit something, are gonna be mostly negative. Most people that are happy are not gonna submit anything, so that's why I'm kind of curious if the survey results are gonna reflect. I have these questions, and that survey result is something reserved, all from random people.
Right, and that was my point earlier, that you understanding the limitations of this data. And then comparing that to the survey results, which is a representative sample of Idaho hunters. And that helps paint a more accurate picture. Okay? Perfect. So we already did that part. So advanced technology, hunting and advanced technology statewide survey. On your table, you each have a copy of the report. This will be posted to the website for interested members of the public. Included in this report at the end of it is also a copy of the survey questions. So anyone that is of interest to see how the questions were worded can look there as well. Again, the goal of this is to be as transparent as possible. These results will go up. You have a copy of it. You can also, if you lose it, go online and look it up as well. So the goal of this survey was to provide you all with an assessment of how Idaho hunters view fair chase and hunting technologies to inform your discussions. Specifically, it was designed to answer the survey was designed to answer the following questions. To what extent do Idaho big game hunters consider fair chase important and agree with its tenets? To what extent do Idaho big game hunters support the use of advanced modern technology to harvest big game? To what extent do Idaho big game hunters agree with the use of advanced modern technology to harvest big game as it aligns with the fair chase tenets? And to what extent do Idaho big game hunters support hypothetical strategies to address emerging management issues associated with the use of advanced modern technology? So those are the 4 questions that we tried to answer. Again, this survey was meant to create a baseline of the broader hunting public. It was not meant to necessarily dive into the nitty-gritty. That is what you all here are for. It was to basically just understand how the broader public, hunting public, views these high-level topics. So our target population was Idaho resident big game license and tag holders over the past 3 to 5 years. We pulled a random sample of approximately 15,000 resident big game hunting license and tag holders in the past 3 to 5 years who had provided email addresses obtained through our license database. That was also stratified by region to make sure we had adequate representation of each region. Survey ran from December 3rd through December 22nd. Reminder emails were sent. The survey questionnaire was only 11 questions long, and it was administered through Qualtrics, which is a well-known survey tool. So validity of the results, I'm not going to get into a whole bunch of this. You can read it in the report, but essentially what all of this is saying is that we did statistical analyses. Our margin of error, which basically says how accurate your results are, is within plus or minus 2%. So because we had 2,170 total respondents to the survey, and we use weighting and statistical analyses, we can confidently say that our survey results are plus or minus 2% margin of error. So because of that, the survey results presented are weighted, and that should be interpreted as a statistical estimate that reflects the target population of Idaho big game hunters, plus or minus the margin of error. So essentially, these percentages are not percentages solely of the respondents, but they've been expanded through statistics to represent the Idaho hunting population. So when we go through it, it'll say percentage supports or opposed, and that is representative of Idaho hunters, not just the sample. Does that make sense? Hard for me to explain statistics in a short amount of time, but if anyone does a better job, I would definitely welcome it. What?
You're doing great.
Yes, Toby.
I guess another way to put it is that, it balances out, places that are more rural opinions from places that are more urban. So it evens the it's a way to even opinions across the population, no matter if you're from a place with 300 people or a place with 750,000. It's another way to look at it.
Yeah. Perfect. So over 90% of hunters indicated that they hunt deer and elk and rank these species as most frequently targeted. Not a surprise, but good to know. Also, 75% of hunters primarily identify as rifle hunters when they pursue big game. Yes.
I know IDFG puts out a lot of surveys in a lot of places. Do these numbers, because they are so general, do they corroborate other surveys that you find where it's similarly identified?
Questions are different, so it's kind of hard apples to apples. I haven't been able to compare this yet to other surveys, but I can absolutely look at that. Toby?
based on the 2007 statewide mule deer and hunter survey that we did, which we asked people what weapon of choice they used, 93% of the people said that they were rifle hunters, but that's for mule deer specifically. And obviously that is going to be tainted a little bit by the fact that, we created a whole group of people that are archers for elk. So that, I would say that is on par with other surveys that we've done.
That's really cool, thank you.
Thank you, Toby. Okay. Let me move this, hold on for a sec, got some technical things on my end, here we go. So, question 4 on the survey specifically asked, based on the definition of fair chase, as a big game hunter in Idaho, how important is it to you that hunters adhere to the principle of fair chase? And the principle of fair chase was that we used was the definition of the Boone and Crockett Club, which is the ethical sportsman and lawful pursuit and taking of any free-ranging wild game animal in a manner that does not give the hunter an improper or unfair advantage over the game animal. So as you can see here, we have over 80% of folks that think that fair chase is important to very important. Again, you have copies of all this in your reports. This to you guys. The next question we asked is, to what extent do you agree or disagree with each of these hunter ethics? So again, these are the 6 tenets that Boone and Crockett had identified as the main hunter ethics tenets. So basically, folks were asked how much do they agree or disagree with the following statements. Hunters should exercise a personal code of behavior that reflects favorably on your abilities and sensibilities as a hunter. And on down the line, I don't necessarily think I need to read them all out loud to you, but I think the most important thing to see is we have over 90% agreement from those that participate, or excuse me, over 90% agreement of Idaho hunters that think that they approve of these 6 tenets. So hunters in Idaho support these tenets. Yes, sir.
What do you make of the 4 and 5% on strongly disagree? People disagree with obeying the law.
Rob, how long have you been in here?
I was like,
I walked into that one.
I don't think that it's so much about them going against the law. I think it's them not wanting to be restricted by the law. I think that there's a small population of people that look at their personal freedom as absolute personal freedoms. And I think that's where you're getting that 3 or 4% from.
Fair point.
I think you can see that also in the public comments that we receive online.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, 34 years. But not
All right, the next question, it's a doozy, so I will, again, highly encourage y'all to review the printout versions of this. But we asked, to what extent do you agree or disagree with each of the following technologies that they're in alignment with fair chase ethic? So we summarized the buckets for this slide in the survey in itself. If you go back and actually read, we provide examples, so that way folks are looking at these different technology buckets through a similar lens that we were talking about. So that way we can make sure that when we say modern mapping technology, everyone is thinking about it in the same way. So if you were to, again, go back to the end of your survey and look at this question 6, it gives you kind of how we categorize those different technologies. So the ones highlighted in green are the technologies that have 50% or more disagreement that they align with fair chase. Those are smart optics, thermal imaging optics, modern night vision, thermal rifle scopes, artificial intelligence, and drones. Those are the ones that over 50% of people, of Idaho hunters, view them as they do not align with fair chase ethic. And again, the percentages break down further, and you can look at that. We then asked, to what extent do you support or oppose the following available and marketed technologies? We made this clarification because we're aware that some of these technologies are already illegal in Idaho, and we're going to go into that. But doesn't mean that they aren't marketed in Idaho. So instead of trying to parse out and explain what is or isn't, we just face value, how do folks feel? And again, it isn't until we get down to smart optics, modern night vision thermal scopes, thermal imaging, artificial intelligence and drones, those same ones, that we have over 50% opposition to from Idaho hunters.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Some of that is nuanced for this question and the one prior. I think a lot of folks, because I took the survey as randomly selected, went through the process of doing the survey, and I had to reread the question multiple times to really hone in on whether it's like the ethics or just the use for hunting big game. And an example is modern muzzleloader technology. If you framed it in a way where it's like, do you oppose modern muzzleloader technology to be used in a rifle season? I think everyone would be like, sure, go crazy, go nuts. If it's framed as using modern muzzleloader technology in a short range or in a muzzleloader only season, I think it would be slightly different on what the response rate was. So just, there's a few of them like modern crossbow technology. Those are, I think, the 2 or 3 that I was like, well, I think that the interpretation of this might be a little bit muddled, but there's just one thing I would say, reading through some of the results for a few of these line items, but for the most part, I thought the survey was really well done.
Thank you, and I think it is also important to note too, like, those are the limitations of surveys, right?
Yeah, oh, for
Like
sure.
survey instruments ask very specific questions.
Yeah.
And that's what working groups are for, is to divvy into the details, right? We can't necessarily explain that nuance.
Yeah.
Very effectively in survey, and every survey, and this wasn't intended to, it's just a baseline, broad generalization of how do we couch these different technologies in a way that we can kind of feel out how people view them.
Hillary, is there a reason for the order? I see that we're always, the ones over 50% are always at the bottom, so are they ranked somehow in your table there?
It's just based off of percentages,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay.
Not important, so to speak, just percentages. And then, to what extent do you oppose or support the following hypothetical scenarios to manage increased hunter success rates associated with the use of advanced hunting technology? What this basically came out saying is that Idaho hunters want to maintain status quo. They like current season lengths, they like current number of tags, and they prefer current equipment restrictions. And that's at 80% and 76%.
Status quo for the experience, but they support equipment. No, okay, current, never mind, sorry.
No change, period.
And then lastly, to what extent are you concerned that advanced hunting technology may lead to decreased hunting opportunities in the future due to increased hunter harvest rates? We decided just to come right out and ask the question. Interestingly enough, it's pretty dang even across the board. From not at all concerned, all the way up to extremely concerned. It's pretty evenly split.
I find that pretty interesting, but I wonder too, I mean, how many of us, when we walked in the door the first time, had that kind of varied opinion, and as we heard more details of the influence of technology on success, might have gravitated to a more stronger opinion. I wonder if that's reflecting that similar lack of understanding of the influence of technology.
Oh, sorry, one second, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
I find those numbers interesting, because if you look at the survey, it says there's a lot of concern with the technology. But when you look at this overall, it's slightly concerned. So something's influencing the numbers. What's influencing the numbers? Is it lack of education?
Yes.
So want to make it clear here.
Interesting.
Make it clear here, we are asked them specifically, they're concerned about opportunity related to tag numbers and season length. So I think what you possibly could be seeing is that there's not discrepancies, but there's a evenly split with this question. But when you ask about specific technologies, oh, I don't like that because that's not necessarily fair. But they're not concerned about it necessarily influencing opportunities.
And it makes me wonder if people don't understand the technology, what I was going back to my previous statement in the beginning. Because I just saw in there where it was the AI identification. People want big scopes, big spotters to identify, but when they want a little bit of help, if you can't see, they don't want it. So I don't think they understand it. So that's where the education is coming into play.
All speculation, we can't tell from the survey, that's why y'all are here to talk through it. Toby?
I think another way to look at this, which is, I've done a lot of human dimension surveys for hunting. And is the fact that 84% of the people have some level of concern.
Yes.
So looking at it in the extremely concerned is only 19%, but if you add up everybody that has some level of concern, that's 86%. That's a lot. I mean, and whatever that level of concern obviously is variable across those four things, but if you add those up, it's significant.
I have a little different take, and I think it's reflected in our group, also. So one of the things in our groups and our breakouts and stuff we discussed about Idaho and the culture of hunting is that we appreciate the opportunity of our seasons and our tags and all that. So I think this is my opinion, but one of the things I see in this is that when we dive into the details, people are willing to say they have an issue with a certain technology, but then when they see a question about what could be interpreted as, if I answer this in a certain way, maybe my opportunities could be taken away, or it could be thought of that way. So in other words, this technology, do you like it or not? And people are saying, just using thermals as an example, no, I don't. But then a question pops up and says, do you think these things could be impacting your, I'm not wording this exactly correct, but do you think these things could be impacting your, do you want to see any changes to your seasons, your tags? And people are adamant because, as we've kind of found with the culture of Idaho, no, we don't want that to change. So I think there's a little bit of a muddying of the waters there with that. I think we need to kind of mine through there, is people do not want to put on paper that they want to see seasons or tags change. But then when we get into the details, they're willing to say, yes, this technology I think is an issue, if that makes sense.
1 second, first.
I think everyone will agree that the answer to the question.
Speak up.
Yeah, the answer to the question is always kind of dictated by how the question is asked. You can get, we see this in modern politics all the time. How you ask it, it's gonna sway a question. Most of the people are gonna, 80% of the people are gonna say, don't change a damn thing. I'm in Idaho, don't touch me, right? Okay, I feel the same way, mostly. But if you told them in that question, okay, if you're not gonna be able to get to hunt every year, would you be more willing to sacrifice some of this technology? The answer is gonna be completely different.
Again, all speculation, we can't tell from these survey results.
What if all the.
So I want to make sure that we're preserving as much time as possible for you all to talk this afternoon. Just questions about the survey results. Right now.
I just have questions about this question, because I don't see tags in here. I see opportunity versus harvest, and I don't necessarily correlate my opportunity to go out and hunt as being impacted by others' harvest. I realize that inherently my ability to be a successful hunter and harvest my tag is affected by other people's harvest rates. But I think this question is interestingly worded, because I wouldn't be concerned about my ability to hunt just because they were successful. Did I interpret that question correctly?
I think Toby will cover that in your presentation.
Yeah. And then, so this is just a summary, again, we already went over it, I won't necessarily go over it again, it's all in your report. We've been going through questions, so. To get Wendy
Can I
back.
ask one quick question? So you sent out over 15,000 surveys, it looks like you got back just a little over 2,000, so that's like a 14% response rate, is that typical?
Yeah.
For a fish and game survey?
That's typical for surveys,
Yes.
all surveys.
I think it's actually pretty remarkable, given it was December.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
typical for all surveys, not just fish and game surveys, that's
Right.
surveys on all topics nationwide.
That's a good response rate.
Okay,
Okay, well, thank you. And I believe we are up to Toby, aren't we? So he's gonna talk about harvest trends and all the other things that are taken into consideration when setting seasons.
Sarah.
Like, you can just tell me all, I don't know where the clicker is.
We have Penny.
He's driving for you.
Throwing the game off.
Sorry. Okay.
So the question was asked, how can we measure the effect of technology in harvesting? And it's very complex. Technology is one small part of harvest. And we're gonna talk about how Fish and Game has been managing all the aspects of harvest over time. And I have a few good examples, but anyways, next slide, please. So the things that Fish and Game can control. Obviously, the season length, the season timing, when we let people go hunt. Huge factors, both length and timing. The hunter numbers. Is it a general hunt? Is it a big controlled hunt? Or is it a little tiny boutique 25 tag, you'll never draw in your life hunt sort of thing? Weapon types, muzzleloader, archery, any weapon. Bag limit. We used to allow people to shoot multiple deer here. We still do in some places with extra tags. And then obviously the gender of species, which has an impact on population growth. Or if you want to control population, you obviously remove more females. So anyways, and then there's all the factors that we can't tell animals that they have to be active all during the day. Most animals are active in the morning and in the evening. It's the 40 minutes of the best time of the day. 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes at night, and everything else is for either glassing or napping. Migration patterns. They have changed over time, but obviously we're not going to affect large scale migration patterns of animals. And the breeding season, when it happens. We know that elk rut in September. We know that mule deer rut in about mid-November, and we know whitetails in most places rut in late November. All those things we can't control, and then all the climate factors, whether it's going to be windy, whether we're going to get early snow, whether we get rain. I mean, obviously, everybody that hunts in October prays for a huge windstorm and rain to knock some of the leaves off the trees. It makes hunting better. At least where I've had lots of experience hunting, obviously day length, and then huge habitat changes. We have these huge wildland fires that scorch tons of habitat and change behaviors for at least short term, if not longer term, in some cases. So this is 1935 to 2023 harvest data. There's a lot of noise in here. And just so you know, this is the statewide deer harvest. And up until 1974, deer were deer. We didn't differentiate, and from 74 to now, we've split out whitetail deer and mule deer. And you can see some peaks and some valleys. I can tell you that, this peak in mule deer was seen across the entire Western United States. And it will probably, I hope in my lifetime, but I'm guessing that I probably won't ever see that again. It was just the perfect storm of mule deer, beneficial summers, mild winters. That population took off and grew to a point, and then successive winters, habitat that had been overgrazed caused them to plummet, to levels that everybody was upset. And there's people in this room, I know them, that want this back. And that is a very hard thing to get. It's almost impossible. We were close in 2016. And we saw hunter numbers increase. But we can't see technology being a factor. We can see, we can see that in 1996, we had like an EHD outbreak up in the Clearwater, and it reduced, whitetail harvest. We can see some of those things. We can see the winters of 1992. We can see the winters of 2010. We can see the winters of 2016 and 2022 in the mule deer harvest. But all of that is very complex. Go to the next slide. So the next slide is elk. There again, 1935 to 2023. We can see peaks, we can see valleys. We can see that in 1999, we changed how people hunt elk in Idaho. We made it the AB tag system. The primary reason is we were over harvesting bulls. Because prior to 1998, you could get a tag and go to several different places. I could go archery hunting in the Diamond Creek, in what's now called the Diamond Creek zone, and I could rifle hunt in salmon if I didn't get enough. And we saw that, and the only way that we could allow opportunity, the balance of opportunity and population was to go in that direction. So yeah, can we see technology in here? Sure. I mean, we can also see that, we probably raised a bunch of archery hunters in here. Archery technology has increased, obviously. People are much more efficient at putting an arrow in an animal at much longer distances they were in 1975. Unless you're a traditional stick bow guy, then you're still in the same lot, but there's a lot of other people using much more advanced technologies. But we've also seen elk populations increase. And believe it or not, we actually have more elk in Idaho now than we have ever had. And I can tell you that from the 1940s on up, we brought elk to Idaho. We put them around Idaho. I mean, it was the early 40s when we put them in the South Fork of the Boise. That's why we used to have all those old feed grounds, was to keep those elk alive in the South Fork of the Boise and to not let them leave. And as soon as we got wolves in there, it was like kind of, having a feed ground concentrating elk and wolves, sort of a bad mix. So we got rid of those. But, the thing is that we Johnny Appleseeded elk across Idaho, and now we're somewhere around 150,000 elk in Idaho, which is pretty darn good. In 1997, just before they were starting to write the last great elk plan, which changed it to AB tags, we figured we had about 125,000. Now, I can tell you that elk distribution has changed enormously. There are places that 30 years ago had a ton of elk, and now ravens have to pack a lunch into it. It's so hungry. So it's changed, and we've got elk in places where we don't want them. We also, have challenges with elk in places where we don't need them, but we made more elk. Next. So if we look at success by weapon type, so this is just the odd years from 2011 to 2023. Archery is in blue, centerfire is in orange, and muzzleloader is in green. We can see that over time, and for whitetail deer only, we can see that there has, that centerfire rifle has the highest success rate, muzzleloader second, and then archery third. Not a lot of people hunt whitetail deer with a bow. And it's hard. You're usually in a tree stand. You can't get that far. Whitetails are in tight country, all that kind of thing. So
And obviously, you know, we've got, you know, right around 40% success rate over time on whitetails with rifles since 2011. Do we see an increase in success rates for whitetails? No, I mean, we see some movements in. This is probably the extent of some opportunity change. You know, obviously, we have had other issues with populations increasing, like up to 2015, when whitetails benefited from the same weather that mule deer were benefiting from, and then since then, you know, they've gone down and stabilized to some lower level. The next slide. Look, yeah.
When was the whitetail tag put in?
I'm gonna bring that up, thanks, Ken. But it was put in, it was put in 2005. Before that, we had something called the Clearwater tag, and I'll have those dates for you here soon. In mule deer, obviously, mule deer, there's success rates for archery definitely isn't as good as even whitetail hunting. Looking at muzzleloader hunts, you know, we come and go on the amount of muzzleloader opportunity that we give as extended opportunity. I mean, muzzleloaders in Idaho, as a true muzzleloader, not a short range weapon, were sort of you know, an added bonus for a primitive weapon that had reduced success rates. As we can see, you know, the success rates are pretty close, at least in 2023, to what centerfire rifle was. We can see that growth in population in 2015, and we can see the population sort of slowing down. And then 2022, obviously, to 2023, the population went down, so success went down. And the success rate went down. So you can't really see necessarily, other than the fact that, you know, archers are less successful than rifle hunters. But you can see that, you know, in 2017, that there were more, the success rate for muzzleloader hunters was actually a little higher than rifle hunters.
Toby, do you want to go on about the timing?
I was gonna do that on the next slide.
Perfect.
So go to the next slide.
Oh.
When you're looking at those harvest datas, back when I was a kid growing up looking at this stuff, that's all great, but when you get up to that 2019 and moving forward where you start seeing it really dropping off, you also took our mule deer season from a 1 month season to a 15-day season out of the rut in the panhandle. So does that reflect, because you are gonna have less animals being taken?
Yeah.
Based off of that.
I mean, obviously, the panhandle is sort of a special spot because there aren't many mule deer, and the percentage of people that focus on just mule deer hunting up there is a small percentage of people. So I don't know if that's actually reflected in this necessarily, but definitely, I mean, there are places that we've cut back mule deer opportunity. I mean, you look at after the winter of 2016, 2017, we cut out all antlerless harvests, all either sex, youth hunting, everywhere from in the upper snake region and the southeast region, cut it all out entirely. So part of that is actually an artifact of winter on that, for sure.
And that gets back to Toby's previous comment about how the data is noisy. There's a lot of factors that go into this, so it's saying.
It is noisy, that's why I want to bring that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't deny that for a second. So elk, kind of interesting.
Sorry to interrupt, but the slides online are not advancing. I'm still on, Jeff and I are still seeing slide 1 here.
Oh, okay, 1 second.
Sorry.
That's okay, I appreciate you letting us know. Let me reshare.
Quick question, Toby, why is it just odd years being shown for the graph?
So the system that we have for looking this stuff up, was extremely sluggish.
Gotcha.
And I actually had to parse the data out in 2-year segments to actually even to get it to not crash on me. So I just did odd years to try to get the biggest span. But a great question. Thanks for looking at that.
Don, do you see the percent success by weapon type for elk now?
Yes. Thank you.
So interestingly, elk, is one of those things that we in 1999 created a bunch of elk archery opportunity. And you can see that elk archery success rates are higher than either of the deer species success rates. Mostly because we allow people to hunt elk in most places except 39 and 28. They hunt archery in the rut. And that's when elk obviously are more vulnerable. People ask, well, why in 28 and why in 39 is there a late archery season for elk? And that's because in 1999, archery hunters wanted late opportunities in a couple places in the state, and that's the 2 units that they designated. So a little bit of history lesson there. I had to actually learn that from somebody that was part of the 1998 plan. So, and muzzleloader hunters, about the same success rate as archery hunters overall. And if you look at the regulations, we don't have a whole lot of specific muzzleloader elk opportunities. Most of them are controlled and late. And a little bit of them are the archery insurance policies, so that ATAG late season muzzleloader opportunity, that somebody, if they didn't get one with their archery equipment, they could come back and hunt later with a muzzleloader. And even some of them, we even have center fire opportunities. And then obviously the success rate over time for center fire is right there in the mid-20s. So anyways, that's sort of the data that we're looking at. So, I mean, the effect of technology has been seen since we've been recording data. How much, but we can't necessarily discern exactly how much that effect is. So these are some of the changes that the commission and department have made over time. This is a simple index. This is the number of pages in the regs from 1945 to 2023. We went from 5 pages in 1945 to 123 in 2023. Yes, sir.
When did you add advertising?
Advertising.
No, seriously, it was within the last 20 years.
So, and good question, Rob, good point. I actually cut out like the last 6 pages of just solid advertising, didn't even count those.
Right.
But we added advertising, I believe, in the 80s. But nevertheless, the page count went up. And I have some more indexes of how that actually is reflected in the hunt structures. Go to the next page. So this is the number of controlled hunts since 1945 for deer, elk, and antelope. Obviously, in 1945, we had 5 elk hunts, 4 deer hunts, and 1 antelope hunt were controlled. It was $3 to put in. You put in September, I think. Anyways.
So we can explain the purpose of a controlled hunt.
So obviously, controlled hunts are when you are either, there's there's usually a couple goals in mind. One is that general hunting is causing an overharvest. So you have to restrict the number of people, or you're trying to create this very special opportunity. So most of the fact that these controlled hunts have come about is that people are too efficient. This is an index to technology and how it's changed over time and how people are getting better. And we have to restrict the opportunity to be able to manage the population within management objectives. So now we're up to 258 elk controlled hunts. I mean, part of that from 1945 to 2023 is the fact that we've got more elk in more places. Some of them are small populations and some of them are big populations, and some of them have changed where they exist. But that's a function of that, and it's also a function of those number of controlled hunts are, I mean, some of it's depredation issues. Where we have to reduce the number of elk in an area to sort of make that balance between how much we can pay landowners, because all the damage made by antelope, well, and we'll just talk about big game, antelope, deer, and elk on commercial crops. People can put in a claim for it. Anyways, and we pay millions of dollars out.
Question over here.
How often are you guys counting the elk?
Good question. We try to count elk in the zones that are countable. So we have places that it's very hard to count elk. Unit 1, most of the panhandle actually, really hard. But we try to, where we can actually do aerial surveys, we try to do them every 4 or 5 years, is the rotation. Where we can't fly anymore, we are actually working on using camera traps, basically, not cell cameras, but the old fashioned, gotta put the SD card in them, and actually getting estimates on elk. And they're actually, the research has concluded that it's actually pretty accurate. We actually did a camera estimate for Unit 1 white-tailed deer. And if you take I think the last estimate was right around 56,000 white-tailed deer in Unit 1. And if you back calculate that to how many bucks were harvested and their percentage of existing in the population, it's like spot on. So yeah, we are expanding how we count elk in places to get more estimates. I know we're moving cameras this past year to another unit in the Panhandle. We've done a couple in the Clearwater region, but where we fly elk, it's mostly south of the Salmon River, and those places we try to do every 4 or 5 years. And much of the limitations on flying surveys is the fact that there are a limited number of helicopter vendors. There are a limited number of people to fly in those helicopters. And there are limited conditions. I mean, last year, we did not do the Weiser elk survey, which is Brownlee, Weiser zone. We didn't do it last year because elk never moved into what we call terminal winter range. They were still scattered all the way up into transition, and some of them still in summer range, all the way through the winter. So we never actually were able to do that survey. So sometimes we get limited by conditions like that, but that's our plan. Anyways.
Next slide.
Next. So general deer tag evolution, that's another thing. So from 1945 to 1997, we had 1 deer tag statewide. In 1998, we created a regular tag and a Clearwater tag. Basically, if you wanted to hunt whitetail or mule deer in the Clearwater, you had to have a Clearwater tag. And then in 2005, it became, we created a whitetail tag. Now, whitetail tags are good statewide where there's whitetails. And then another oddity was the 1998 to 2007 Southeast Idaho non-resident mule deer tag, which was bizarre, but we can talk about that later. Season date evolution. Looking at a sample of mule deer seasons, in 1945, it was October 5th to November 10th. We know that deer become more vulnerable once you get into November. They don't have to be at the peak of the rut. Pre-rut is still vulnerable. 1950, most seasons went to November 30th. 1960, from the 6th of November to the 30th for an end date, but they started in October 15th. 1970 was kind of interesting. Obviously, there was a bad winter, probably the year or 2 before that, because part of the Southeast region actually had a 3-day season, October 17th, October 19th. But the rest of the place went to December 13th. Most of the rest of mule deer country. Anyways, in 1980 went to November 9th, 1990 to the 11th of November, 2000 back down to October 5th to the 31st. And then from 2007 on, it was October 10 to 24 in most places where mule deer exists. Now, hit the button.
I lost there should be another,
That's your next slide.
there's actually another, it's not the next slide, you actually have to, are you in presentation mode?
Yeah.
Cause it should have. Oh, well, I had another like inset picture that basically compared unit 76 to unit 1 from 1945 to now. And basically showed that unit 1 seasons have really never changed because they're whitetail focused, except for the mule deer. Obviously, we've changed that recently. And that unit 76 has gone from allowing people later in the year to going to October. Kind of an interesting contrast, you know, I interact with mule deer biologists throughout the West, and, you know, Western Wyoming, which people, you know, definitely, you know, grows and they maintain high buck-doe ratios, but, you know, their season this year was September 15th to September 25th was the general rifle mule deer season. And that's how they maintain those, because they're very, very hard. October, yes.
A quick question. So on the deer tags, you said those are because of the pre-rut and rut in November, is kind of why they're established here, right? Are you seeing any evidence with the climate change that the rut season progressing further into the colder season, or is there any evidence to support that that rut period may be changing?
That's a great question. No, actually not. It's fascinating about deer, when they rut. There's a great textbook example of where they moved deer from the Mississippi bottoms over to Alabama. Mississippi bottoms deer, evolved with floods. Their rut isn't until February. They moved those deer in the 1940s and 50s to Alabama. There's still a rut in February. They have never changed. They have never coalesced with the other deer. And yet, and they fawned in August. That's all an adaptation to get out of the flood season. So go ahead. And looking at the general elk tag evolution, 1945 to 1998, you know, seasons varied, bag limits varied, but you could hunt any general season anywhere in the state. And then 1999 to present, you had to pick your zone. And that was a way to truncate people and, you know, change their opportunities and manage the herd within population objectives. Next slide. So can we measure the effects of technology? Not specifically, but we have some indexes that I think are, to me, speak to the fact that technology does have an effect. And I think it's really, I think some of the stuff that I showed you here obviously has the you know, of the index is the fact that the commission and department have changed things over time to manage populations within that objective. And some of the effect or some of the reasons they've had to make those changes over time have are obviously some of the technology thing. I mean, but we can't put a number on it. We can't put a percentage on it. Yes.
Hey, Tony and Ellery, as far as I read in the regulations that it's a 60% report on mandatory reporting, is that correct?
It's actually getting a little bit better, but yeah, it's like 63, 65, something like that. Yeah, it's.
So if we look at data, I mean, we can only, I mean, as far as that's only as good as the reporting, so why, I mean, isn't it mandatory reporting? Is there, how are people getting by that? The question's already come up there. I will tell you, from being in the hunting community for 50 years, people don't want to tell anybody where they shot anything. If you have a zone and you're hunting 36A1, you're gonna put 49 just to make sure, because we're afraid that you're gonna take those you know, the opportunity away. And so I see that as a huge problem. But how can we better educate, and I was one of those individuals, but how can we better educate the hunters to say, hey, man, this data is vital to, you know, the quality of the herd, how do we do that? And the 60%, I'm just shocked by that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Talon. You're right. It is somewhere in the 60%, between 60 and 65%.
About 20-30% of the people that actually harvest. They go tell you.
The legislature
Well,
will make it mandatory.
and
We don't have, it will not be made mandatory.
well, it is called mandatory. We used to actually have a stick with it, but that was taken away.
So is that what you're saying? The legislator did that?
Yeah, the legislation has dictated that you can't make reporting mandatory.
Make sure.
That might be a recommendation.
Well, I mean, and that's, I mean, New Mexico does a great job of making it mandatory because you do not get to put in for a draw hunt and it's 100%.
That's what we want to see.
So the thing is that there are ways to get at that. I don't know what the intestinal fortitude of, you know, a lot of people is into getting that stick out. But yeah, I mean, it is, and just so you know, this harvest data is, we use 65% of all hunters that report. All the hunters, 65% of them report. And then we model it. So it's actually not just straight numbers. There's actually a model that we have biometricians that worked on to actually help us extrapolate the other 35%.
But when there's a biased view by a hunter, trust me, they do not want to talk.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want to tell anybody.
I know.
They want to keep some of that information. And that information is so vital, especially once the population of hunters goes up, the technology goes up, everything is at play. I mean, I think there needs to be I mean, look at what you do for sheep, or if you harvest a bear. You have to run that to the Fish and Game, and I know it's convenience, but my buddy showed me an app here where you can do it right on your phone in less than 60 seconds, and every time I call, it's 3-4 minutes. They're wonderful. They just scoot you right through it.
Yeah, and just so you know, I mean, we are having discussions about more electronic tagging.
It sure make your job easier.
Well, but there's challenges in that too. I mean,
Nothing's perfect.
One of the states that recently put in that you have to take a picture of your deer suddenly had 100,000 pictures of deer they had to go through. And that takes manpower. It's not just a biologist sitting at a desk.
Yeah, that procedure right there, I can understand that, but
So-
reliable data.
Right, so to your point, yes, the data set's not perfect. We do our best to make it better with what we have. Is there ways to make it better? Sure. How we go about that is something to be navigated. But we do the best with the data that we have in the room that we do in.
How many more, how much more do you have?
This is it.
Yeah, I have questions. Like,
Oh, okay, good.
I have a,
Jeremiah.
that's
I have a question for you on the deer harvest. I'm assuming that's combined draw and over the counter tags, everything. What's the success rate from the draw to the over the counter tags?
well, it depends what draw tag. Obviously.
Just overall success rate, because I thought it was like what, 25%?
Well, I mean,
For all of them?
yeah, so and that counts all the people that buy a sportsman's pack and don't necessarily ever actually do anything more than drive around. So there's but most controlled hunt success rates are over 50%, usually around 75%.
You can get it on, I've got.
Yeah, I mean, we've got it on our thing, but I didn't want to break out controlled versus general, but yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg is up next to tell us about what's currently legal and what's currently not legal.
And a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it is.
Greg Wooten, I'm the chief of enforcement. I've been doing this for 34 years, born and raised in the Mountain Valley. Back when folks came to Idaho to hunt pheasants, now they go the other way. Next slide. So I wanted to talk initially. What are the resources that we have? So just an overall picture of some of the things that we're doing in enforcement. So there's 111 of us, counting me. There's 8 regional conservation officers, so each region has a manager for the enforcement program, and there's one that manages our special investigation unit. That's 8. And then 14 patrol officers, that's similar to your sergeants that you see in the police force or counties where they're supervising half a dozen people out on patrol. So that's 14 patrol supervisors. And then 77 officers that are on patrol at any given time across the entire state. And then 9 investigators. So there's 1 in each region. So as a CO, if they encounter something that's long term, that gets handed over to an investigator. It's a little different than your traditional law enforcement because most of our enforcement officers are doing all the investigation themselves. So they don't just hand things over to street patrol. It's okay, I found something, maybe go to the investigator. We don't do that, but we do have the investigators, and then we have 2 of them that do nothing but plain clothes undercover stuff. That's the 9 investigators. So it's about 1,500 square miles per patrol officer.
Wow.
Okay, next. So violation detection, there's studies out there across the nation and relative to conservation law enforcement. We do have one specific item, but it's very old. So cost benefit analysis on how to do, whether or not to do those. It's a huge lift to determine detection percentages. So, but generally speaking, those studies that have been done say that we detect about 10% of the violations that occur out there. So next. Just based on the number of licenses that we check over the past 8 years, about 8% of the people we check are in violation, which is good, right? Last year, we checked 55,000 licenses. Only 8% of those people were in violation. Those are specific to licenses we check. So next. So what does that mean? 1,500 square miles. 100 of us, we're prioritizing our efforts substantially relative to what we do out there on the landscape. We know that presence is a deterrent. So we will always try to do our best with presence in uniform out contacting people. But when it comes down to the meat and potatoes of what we need to do to protect the resource, we're focusing our efforts on exploitation. Our special investigators spend a lot of time on the marketing of wildlife because you'd be surprised how frequent that is. And then any of those areas where we need to support Toby and the fisheries folks in terms of the only way this is really going to work is if we have some officers out there that are really seeking compliance on that. So, all right, next slide.
Mr. Wu. 8% detection across big game or all licenses?
All licenses.
Okay.
50, and that's
Thank you.
checking 55,000 last year.
There's probably no way to answer this, but do you get the sense that these are intentional violations or are these incidental violations?
So there's a mix, a huge mix. And we focus on intentional. When we're prioritizing our effort, we're looking for people who are intentionally exploiting the resource. So what can we do out there? Routine compliance. Obviously, you don't get pulled over on the street and have the officer ask you if you have a driver's license, right? You don't do that. So courts over the years, all the time, have given conservation law enforcement some latitude in that area because of the nature of what we do. Because you have to have specific licenses for different things, tags for different things, permits for different things. And then once you harvest, there's specific, you have to have a buck or a doe, depending on what hunt you're in. There's a limit on pheasants. So because of that nature of what we do, Courts have said we have the ability to check a license and then check the wildlife that you have in your possession. And that's actually also backed up in state law. So you have to provide wildlife when we ask you, do you have any fish or game? State law says that you have to provide that so that we can make sure that you're following the limit. And then what's in plain view? And I'll get into that a little bit as well. So we can check your license, your game. And then it really goes back to what are we observing? There are also studies out there that are random response surveys that are statistically valid. That say there's about an 80% compliance rate in the conservation, in the natural resources journal. So not specific to other traditional law enforcement, just this is specific to natural resource management. Are people following the rules or not? 80%. So as we look at different rules, enforceability is one of the tenets of your charter, right? 4 out of 5 people generally follow the rules. Most of those, or more than half of those, are reported by citizens, so it's not just us out looking. It's the Citizens Against Poaching hotline, and actually the most we get is from people using their cell phone to call our officers directly. So it's the report that we build out in the communities. Here's my phone number, you see something, call me. So the majority of those calls are going right straight to our officer, which is great. Which gets me back to the video that I showed on the first meeting of the drones chasing the elk. So we have never detected that violation. So drones specifically is a difficult thing for our officers to detect. But 4 out of 5 people generally are going to follow the rules, right? Looking at, so when we talk about enforceability, keep that in mind. The videos that we do have are videos that have been provided to us or that we have obtained through search warrants when we're investigating and we get a cell phone and we have all the videos. Just us seeing this is very difficult. So let's go through some rule examples real quickly. Motorized hunting rule. So it's difficult to enforce, but it's not impossible, right? There's 30 units where we have motorized hunting rule, 4 months of the year, starting September through December, where you cannot use a motorcycle or ATV on the trail to hunt. The violation threshold is really high. We have jurisdictional differences. We have some jurisdictions who are all in. This judge grew up hunting, he understands. He'll hammer you on it. We have other judges that say, I don't want to see this violation in my code. So that's the jurisdiction piece. That's after we've detected the crime.
Yeah.
We have those other challenges. Recreational riding is allowed. And then we also have other exceptions. You can be grouse hunting. Private hunting. And now wolf hunting. There's an exception for wolf hunting in those areas where we have expanded methods to take, right? So a lot to this rule in terms of, my point is the 80%, 4 out of 5 people who are following the rules, they call us and they say, that guy. This is very difficult and it's very challenging for us to communicate with that person and say there's nothing we can do. I could go spend an entire day following that guy on his 4-wheeler. At the end of the day, he's grouse hunting. We prioritize our work, right? It's very frustrating for officers to say, I don't have time to do that. I have other things to do, but there's an expectation there from the sportsman that, hey, I called you, told you he was breaking the law. Why aren't you doing anything? So next. Archery rules. So some of these I'll fall back to, we just expect voluntary compliance. The only way, so none of this stuff, it's obscure, right? The draw weight, the arrow weight, the broadhead width, the blade width, the percent let off, none of that is visible. If I check somebody I can check his license. And I can check his game. He can voluntarily, if I say, you mind if I take a look at your arrows, he can say, yeah, sure, and that's. Generally how it happens. But we cannot. Take the arrow out of the, or check, we can't require that. So we rely on voluntary compliance. Next. Same with muzzleloader, right? We have restrictions on bullets and counters and dimers. There's not really much we can do than hope for compliance. And lean on, oh gee, it's really good that we know that about 80% of people don't comply anyway, so. Next.
So Greg,
Mm-hmm.
you can't, you have to get permission to spec a muzzleloader to ensure it's exposed primers, not 209. So
Without probable cause.
Yeah, but I mean, our officers are really good at what they do, and these conversations come up, and 99.9% of the time, they're saying, sure. Have at it. So we have a rapport with our customers out there, and most of the time, it's a consent, so yeah. Check it out.
So I watch the game board, I mean, there's all kinds of programs, man, it's a tough job. I mean, I watch it from the East Coast, and Canada, Yellowstone, Game Board, Montana. They actually check their bags, like water tile, check for lead. How does that go down? Because they're pretty forceful, they check for hook, they say, get your equipment out, they put it on the chart, they check for hooks.
So each state has their own
Okay,
legislation, their own laws, and their own code, and their own
so they have the rights, you guys don't here.
potentially.
Okay.
Or it's a matter of how they're doing it on the ground, right?
Yeah,
Because if I walk up to a duck line and there's a whole bunch of lead holes on the ground,
right.
I don't have to ask.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So there's some of that that's going on.
They
They're not seeing.
typically go through and say, get your bags out, and check for lead,
So-
check for blood.
Right.
They're not asking, they're saying, hey, we're checking.
That's probably 5% of their encounters. Though.
Right. So this gets us back to our limited resource for officers to be out on the landscape. So we're really prioritizing what we're doing. But I wanted to get into, so if I looked at, go to the next slide.
Oh, it's going
The other
back.
one.
Sorry. Forward, backwards.
So I looked at question number 7, and I looked at the categories that were 40% or more. So rifle scopes with built-in rangefinders, 40% opposed. Currently unlawful. Cannot have any electronic attached or incorporated into the firearm. So the incorporated in part has become very highlighted recently because of the Bluetooth connection with your phone and the ranges and your scope. So those are currently illegal. Modern archery optics, 42% opposed, currently unlawful for the same reason. No electronic or tritium powered attached to or incorporated in. Then I wanted to point out that the recent legislation there, House Bill 507, made it state law that you could use lighted knocks and expandable broadheads. So there's a technology advancement that occurred outside of the promulgation of the commission, but downtown at the legislature. Transmitting trail cameras, 48% opposed, but so those aren't currently lawful. No restrictions on those. Smart optics, 63% opposed. Those are currently unlawful. Same reason, cannot be attached to or incorporated in the firearm. Handheld item though, they're currently legal. There is an exception that the commission passed back in the 90s for battery powered or tritium lighted reticles. So that was a creep, right? We don't want any electronics, but we're gonna allow this electronic. So there was a little bit of a creep there, but it is what it is. And then modern night vision thermal scopes, 77% opposed, it's currently unlawful. Again, it goes back to on the system, right? It's separate and it's handheld. it's currently legal. And it's gonna be difficult to address that. If it's not specific to helping them hunt, and then how do you achieve the threshold of probable cause that they were actually using it to hunt? So,
It's in the backpack in your pocket.
yeah, right. Thermal imaging optics, 78% opposed, it's currently unlawful. Again, but you can have a handheld device, as long as it's not attached to or incorporated in, it would be legal.
Why are we even discussing these?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're already unlawful, why are we even discussing them?
That is for the group to talk through. Right.
And
You can have them in the field as long as they're controlled.
Yes.
They're still being used.
Yeah, but our ability, the enforceability of it is something that we need to keep in mind, because a lot of these, what you're gonna lean back on is 80% compliance. It's gonna be very difficult for our officers to actually seek compliance out there in the field, so. You can hope. Want to hope. And our officials.
So Greg, sorry, real quick, you said it's gonna be real hard. Would you equate it to some of the other things like bow poundage, bullets for a muzzle loader, whether or not somebody's using steel or lead shot? Would you equate it to something kind of more similar to, because those are things that are unlawful that you would, let's say you found somebody doing something illegal, you would then charge them for those violations too, if during the trickle down effect. So I guess to simplify, you're saying that would be very difficult, but then we also have laws that are very difficult for you guys to enforce already. So there's kind of a precedent of having law that's difficult. So it's not impossible. And obviously the Fish and Game has set the precedent that they're willing to have rules and regulations that are difficult for you guys to enforce. So just because of that doesn't throw it off the table, correct?
That is correct. I don't want to discourage it anywhere either. We just need to be eyes wide open going in, because with enforceability as one of those main tenets, we need to understand what enforceability is. I think we'll get, but.
And I think too, also to highlight, right, if this group decided through consensus that they wanted to do something that they knew going eyes wide open would be difficult, not impossible, but difficult, is that 80% compliance expectation worth the other 20%?
Exactly.
That's that balance that y'all are being tasked with determining.
Correct. Okay, keep going, so I can try not to get you too far behind here. Drones. But it's currently, so those are that's in code. So the molest, during same calendar day, and locate and communicate to the ground. That's all illegal today. Recovery though is legal.
Recovery.
I don't know of anybody who's recovering anything with a drone at this point, but back east they're recovering some of their whitetails.
Can I ask a question about the drone? Can you go back to so it's unlawful to locate them and communicate to the ground. But then there's another part in the code that says it's basically okay, as long as you don't hunt till the next day. So that seems conflicting to me. Is that how it played out for you guys? That it's conflicting because it says it's unlawful to locate, but then in the different part of the code, it says it's okay as long as you don't hunt.
So it's the calendar day and that's what the legislative intent was. We're gonna let you do this, but you can't hunt the same calendar day, and you can't same calendar day communicate down to the ground to where the animal is, so that people know where it's at. So it's not that confusing, because we know that if they saw it that day, they can't hunt until the next calendar day. Now, there's technology nuances, they're already creeping that into.
Yeah.
At 11 PM at night with thermals, I found it, next calendar day is 20 minutes.
There's
Or
officers
daybreak.
in-
Yeah.
There's
We're
wolves.
Which is outside of the scope of this group.
Yes, sorry.
Wolves are outside of the scope of this group.
So officers in Montana were reporting back, because the laws are very similar, and they say, what happens when so-and-so, legally wounds an animal? They go get their drone, they fly up there, they find the animal, and he's not dead. If you shoot that animal,
That's
that's
illegal.
illegal. And so they're saying, they were saying, this is causing a lot of problems too, because it's just reckless and it's a form of abuse that a hunter can use to target that animal. And so I read that out of the report.
The recovery would be awful in Idaho, but only if you know it's there.
Yeah, if he's alive and
So
you
if you're
finish him off,
following
that's
a
good.
live animal, wounded animal, that's still part of the hunt, that's not legal. All right, let's go. I don't know. So obviously muzzleloader, there's a lot of restrictions there. A lot of that is just something that they comply with. We're not gonna be pulling a bullet out of a muzzleloader to see what it is, or see if it's a sabo or saboted. Some of this, you really can't even measure that well in the field. It's like percent let off. None of our officers really want to touch somebody's bow to try to figure out what the percent let off is, or go through the process of, here, you do that and let me watch it. That's hands off, basically, right? So, no, I think that's all I had. So, just wanted to kind of give you an idea where we are resource wise, what the challenges can be. And there already, as mentioned online, there are plenty of rules out there that we rely on compliance. So I don't want to discourage any of your thought processes and say, well, if the officer can't enforce this black and white, we're just not going to propose it at all. It's not what I'm wanting you to think broadly. And
Greg?
Yeah.
During, say, hunting seasons, peak, guys in the wood seasons, do you guys work with local jurisdictions, sheriff's office, Idaho State Police? Do you have ability to use their resources to supplement your manpower?
so yes and no. We have strong relationships locally with all the cities and county. They are extremely worked well. And so we do team up on occasion, and those guys also help us. So if they detect wildlife violations, they'll jump in and take care of them as well. So, but they do also have a primary mission of public safety. So they're focused on public safety. So it's kind of jurisdictional. Probably don't get a lot of assistance from our Boise city officers, right? Unless it's like right here on the river, and typically they just call and say, this is what I saw, you can handle it. But small communities, like I spent 16 years in Fairfield and I worked with the deputies all the time.
Right, and that's more what I guess I was thinking, like Challis, salmon,
Yep.
let it roll wherever. Yeah.
Just because I'm a lawyer's kid, I'm gonna ask this question. Myself. And I work for a county, I'm a director of the county at the Road and Bridge. And we're looking at dealing with laws, we're dealing with actual laws. If you're creating something that's not enforceable, how much money is the department spending trying to go after these folks and punish them for somebody you can't even enforce?
I think, Jason, the thing I take away from that is you're gonna get 80% voluntary compliance, right? So just by having a law on the book or a regulation on the book, you're gonna get 80% of people complying with it. And so the 20% of people that aren't gonna comply, they may run across those and be able to prosecute or whatever, but I think that getting 80% compliance just because it's there is beneficial.
I can see your point to that, but if you're looking at the 20% that are gonna fight you in court, how much money are you losing on that? I mean, as a taxpayer, I wanna know what my money's being spent on that kind of stuff, so that's why I'm asking the question.
If it's a well-written law, they probably won't try to enforce it. So.
Some of it does have to do with how it's written and what the words are that are used. so that. The difficulty our officers experience is the citizen reports to us on, so the more laws that we create that we just are gonna say, we're just gonna hope for the best. It's very difficult for us to articulate to officers why we're not doing something about it, or to our general public. Because they call and say, I saw this and I'm expecting you to go write a citation on it. And when we talk them through that, at the end, they're going, why do we even have conservation officers? You know what I mean? You're not gonna, so the more rules that we create or propose that we're just gonna simply rely on compliance and not enforcement at all, it's more and more challenges for our officers, and it can be demoralizing. I mean, it's their career, that's what they want, they're chosen for a living, and it's very difficult to have rules that you just can't.
Thank
Send it back to
you.
you.
So we have one more thing I want you to do before we go to lunch. And that is, we've been asked several times, what technologies should we be focusing our attention on? There were 17 technologies that were listed in the survey that went out to
17 buckets.
17 buckets, okay. That went out in the survey that you have the results of. So do you have a smart device with you today?
Does everyone have a smartphone?
Yeah.
Does anyone not have a smartphone?
So I'm gonna pass out a form that has the 17 buckets listed. And there's a QR code in the upper right hand corner. And you can go to the QR code and rank these buckets, which you think you as a working group should be paying attention to in moving forward with your recommendations. If you are, now, if you're having trouble with the technology, you can fill out the piece of paper and give it to me, and I will input your results for you. So all of the words on the piece of paper are not at the survey form, just the bolded words. Because it made it really hard to navigate it. So when you get there, there'll be up and down. And you just move things until they're in the order that you think is important. So one is, we really need to look at this bucket as a root. And 17 is, we don't need to worry about this one. Okay, so one is, we need to pay attention when we're moving forward with our advice. And 17 is, leave it alone. Not working together.
And on the paper too, just to reemphasize what Wendy said, it has the descriptions of what those buckets are, so everyone is viewing those buckets the same way.
Yeah.
If you can't do it on your phone, you can do it on the piece of paper and we'll enter it.
I can enter them.
Yeah.
No, you can only do it once. You're.
And what's the deadline?
Come back to one. So I can share the- Yeah. And it'll take a little bit. Move it with your finger. Yeah. So if you can all do this before you come back from lunch, I can present the results this afternoon. If we can't get them all in, then it'll be after the meeting, before I can share the results with you. We just have been asked many times, what are we talking about? What are we looking at all?
That's the question I had, waiting, is can we have a brief notes for the actual, what our charter is? Like, so we can see it again or hear it again,
I can bring it up, yep.
or bring it up so we can read it on our own. That would be
Sure, 1
great.
second.
Thank you, Elder. Just so that kind of to refocus, right? Yeah.
And if you said drones, despite the fact that they're already illegal, if you ranked it high, it would be to clarify.
Beef it up or clarify.
Yeah.
Beef it up, make it better.
Correct. It's worth our energy as a working group to focus our attention on it.
Thank you.
one was like the most concerning.
It's like they're making.
All of it.
And how important is it for you as a working group to tackle this one?
Rank your most, the one you hate the most.
And different kind of technologies. Phone technology.
Drag and drop, yeah, the person was pushing all the way down.
Anybody need help?
Yes, but not on this.
It's coming.
I love it.
Not for the animal.
Not for the animals. Well, like.
It's no.
You want paper? His phone wasn't recognized. Don't worry.
Like his friend would show up on your. I think I do it the first time.
I didn't see it.
It might show. Hopefully not 4 times.
I don't think it'll let you see it do it. Did you get this?
Do this first, so that I can then just go to there.
Yes, here it is.
Come over here.
So I would say.
Until tomorrow. And will they do it again?
Well, yeah, so she's.
Oh, I see. Then let's, yeah, when you finish for working group members, lunch is across the hall. Oh,
That was the little one.
good, I was being a snotty mess. It's been over a week and I was just, I feel better than I sound. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. So Valerie. Give it to her. Well, yeah. Picture number and-
So it's paper size on those sides.
Your amount, ma'am.
Okay. Well, there are six questions. Wait. This is new one. Yeah. Oh,
Did I pull it up?
Does make sense.
You can just, yeah.
So one.
So when would you want to come back from lunch, what time?
Yeah, let me grab a roll. I'm gonna ask Greg here real quick and then.
Name. Wendy, what time do you want to resume from lunch for lunch?
I'd love to be back.
Okay.
Success rate.
So we have, this afternoon, we have one conversation with everybody in the room. And then we have 3 small conversations. That we'll rotate tables for. So 3 times, you're gonna be talking with just a small group of people, and then 1 time, we're gonna talk with everybody in the room. We're gonna do the everybody in the room one first. And this will be an opportunity for you to weigh in response to what's the most important message that you want included in your recommendation. So think about May 1st or something like that. Looking back on what you all accomplished together, what do you hope is in the message of what you will collectively agree to communicate? So we've got 20 of you and 30 minutes. So we need to have a shared time for this conversation. I'm going to be capturing it so that your records know what each of you said. So correct me if I've written down something incorrect. Don't feel shy about that. My job is to get what you meant to say. I'm not going to get every word. I'm going to be trying to summarize. So do you want to go in order? Or do you want to go in the order in which you are feeling motivated to speak? Motivated to speak. Are you volunteering?
No.
No. Okay, so what's, you think it would be more expeditious if I call on people?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm looking for somebody who looks ready. Okay, Dustin.
So the most important message I think that we can put out as a group is that it's not just the 24 of us. If you look on the comments that are out there, there is a lot of people who say, well, why is there only 24 of you guys that are making our decisions for everybody in the state of Idaho? And I think that if there's one message that we can get out is that, yes, we are actually reading the 180 comments, or we should I. And I think that we need to let those people know that who are generally scared about losing their ability to hunt the way that they want to hunt, that we're not necessarily against them. I mean, all of our last names are hunters, whether it's bow, rifle, muzzleloader. I think that's the message it needs to get out the most, is that we are actually in this all together. It's not this group against this group or this group, right? I mean, there's some of us in here that don't really necessarily hunt, but their ideas matter when it comes down to
So-
it, because it's a state that.
Since you've got a really bad angle, I wrote, we spoke for all hunters, many are scared to lose opportunity. Okay. Are you ready, Jason?
I was just thinking that Dustin's such a good speaker. He kind of hits on pretty much all of what I was kind of thinking and some more. So it's kind of hard to follow that one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we do, we're trying to represent everybody in the state of Idaho. I'm up from the Panhandle area from standpoint, so I'm the only person up in that area for boundary county, so I've been keeping my stuff open to the public. Putting everything out there that I can and answering any questions that people have. And referring them back to this group and getting people to come in here and write their stuff down, but I think that out of all of it, we're not out to stop everybody from hunting and doing what they want to do. We're just trying to come up with a common with everybody. And that's gonna be, it's difficult. There's gonna be people that don't like what we do. There's gonna be people that like what we do, and that's just what goes with it. I work in the government, so I'm used to that on a daily basis. It's just gonna be interesting to see where this group goes.
Thank you.
I'm just working around that. This is the message to the commission. Is that-
Well, it's the message of your advice, the collective advice that you come up with. What do you want it to say?
Okay, I think for me, it would be a willingness to accept reasonable regulations to ensure hunting opportunity continues.
Reasonable regulations. And what was the rest of it?
To ensure hunting.
To an opportunity continues.
Yeah.
Okay.
All good. I just say the balance between. The balance between the survey. Public comment. Consensus.
The survey and the comments on the,
In the comments online. Need to remember those, and really what Toby and Greg shared with us today, I mean. We learned a lot from their presentations. And I think a lot of it, as we look at it. It's the government's, what is it, Red Tape Reduction Act, or whatever the reason we're doing this. Just clean up some verbiage too.
so when you're referring to Toby and Greg's presentations, you mean the current situation or?
Sure.
Okay.
I think he's referring to like, there's certain things already on the books that maybe just need to be tweaked. We don't need to necessarily reinvent the
A
wheel.
little bit. Clean up the verbiage, so there's not as many loopholes.
Okay.
I'd be a little more specific, I think that, the message I would want to come out of this groups is to, with the goal of preserving opportunity, I think we all share that was the primary goal. That, we need to face the reality that the avalanche of technology is having an impact, and, with transportation. The evolution of backcountry transportation playing a huge role in impacting wildlife. That we need to make some specific recommendations that would help to preserve opportunities.
Can you see what I'm writing?
With that,
Can you see what I've written down? Does it accurately reflect what you're getting across?
yeah, that's good.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I think that technology advancements are inevitable, and promoting fair chase and ethical hunting practices may require limits on what technologies are appropriate.
So. Technology advances will continue.
Yeah, and, yes, and more importantly, the promoting fair chase and ethical hunting.
Sorry, I'm slow. That says hunting, even though it looks messy.
Is it better if you write with your left hand?
No, it's way worse.
So not to play your guys' role, but I feel like we as sportsmen have a history of self-regulation, and that we're willing to regulate ourselves to prevent having to be regulated due to loss of opportunity.
So we are willing to regulate ourselves to.
Prevent loss of opportunity.
Yeah,
Oh,
or
yeah.
preserve opportunity.
The only thing I would add to Alex and Nicole is we are willing and realize we need to regulate ourselves to prevent loss of opportunity.
We are willing and must.
Must.
Okay.
So what would you think instead of using opportunity, cite heritage?
How about you say that when it's your turn? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What do you want to say?
So, let me see.
We are willing to and must regulate ourselves to maintain,
Opportunity / heritage.
okay.
Because I think that's a fair point.
Okay,
I'm gonna kind of echo what Rob just said, but I'm gonna change a little bit because our scope is to, our scope is to work with technology, obviously. But I think we gotta be honest with ourselves too, that we can't continue to squeeze the technology component to maintain opportunity and tag numbers forever. It's not gonna work. So, and that's what the commission and the department look at. They look at the balance between regulating technology, which is absolutely appropriate with the control harvest percent numbers and maintain fair chase. But at one point in time, we've got to find some balance between tag numbers and opportunity. And we have to recognize that too, in what we're gonna recommend. Our scope is to deal with the technology piece. But to be honest, I mean, we gotta be honest with ourselves. We can't continue just to narrow that down to where it's nothing, to always maintain opportunity and tag.
I'm not sure I've captured what you were trying to say.
Perfect, you can move on.
Well, no.
Just right here.
Oh, I want to make sure it sounds like I wanted to say, you're saying there's only so much we can do.
The balance between the technology piece that we're gonna recommend, and that's what the commission is gonna do, that's what their job is. They can take all input from everything. Having public and department to come up with a recommendation for these big game season settings.
I think it's an acknowledgement that while the focus of this group is technology, an acknowledgement that there's other factors that will need to be addressed accordingly.
Is that? Are you sure that's what you?
I think you just add just after can.
Yeah, right there.
There we go. That was here.
Okay,
Balance technology.
within everything else is going on.
Opportunity, tag. It's a big
Other
part of the
factors.
big picture.
If you don't like it, you can come and fix it with me later. Okay. Who's next? Okay,
I just echo Alex, Rob, and Derek, I completely agree. I want to remind everybody that we need to keep an open mind. And not be afraid to put ourselves in other people's shoes. Because, you know, what one person likes, other person might be dedicated to it, like, so, you know, keep an open mind, put yourself in everyone else's shoes. One other little thing, we spent most of the time talking about things we want to take away. And hearing about that so far, but I think there are also some opportunities to add a few things. That might be beneficial to the game and to the state. Keep that in mind as well.
so. Open to other opportunities or something?
Yeah, other opportunities.
Okay.
Yeah, back.
Okay.
I guess I'll just say, you know, after Toby's presentation, I was really grateful for that presentation. I'll just say that it seems from his presentation that current regulations are doing a good job of managing wildlife populations. He said the elk numbers are higher than they've ever been. So current regulations are doing a good job managing wildlife populations, and, you know, according to Democrats, hunter success rates aren't going up despite technology advancements. So, I guess just the current regulations are doing their job.
Little guy got no legs, sorry. Really.
For me, I like what Derek said and Haley, where technology, that don't, whether we like it or not.
I'm sorry. I allowed myself to listen to the paper movie instead of you.
So I said I agree with Derek and what he said. And the fact that technology is advancing, whether we like it or not. But to constrain ourselves, from that advancement is gonna hurt us in the long run. But I think that, you know, the preservation of our game and our hunting through education is necessary.
Populations? Is that what you mean? Make sure that you're,
Sorry. To preserve our hunting, and stuff like that through education.
is it the, you're focusing on the populations of animals?
Oh, no, I'm just saying preserving hunting in general.
Oh, okay.
That's everything from
I've got it,
our
yeah.
resources from the forest and everything from driving vehicles or ripping through the roads to the taking of game, everything in general, through education.
Up leveling our education.
So look at what I have and see if you feel like it captured what you said, that what you wanted it to say. This seems
Hunting
like,
and resources through education.
oh, okay. Okay, thank you for helping me get that right. We've done our whole table, right? Okay.
I think the most important message that I want to include in the working group's recommendations mirrors a lot of what Dustin, Nicole, and Alex had already said, that we are not 24 people trying to add lines to the 25-26 IDFG regulations. We are families, clubs, and communities trying to find the reasonable regulations for the reality that technology is evolving and there is a shifting baseline syndrome, and we need to think about a future 20.
All right, you're reading now.
There must be, yeah, anyways, yeah.
Well, you've had families, clubs, and
Communities.
Communities.
We're representing our communities, our families, and our clubs here. Turn it over. Memorize it. And basically, we're not just 24 people. We are the sum of our parts, and we are looking at how do we regulate ourselves, knowing that there is this evolution of technologies and baselines. This isn't about solving the 25-26 hunting. This is about solving the hunting process for a 2050 successful hunt.
How's that?
For at least future generations.
Oh, for future.
Yeah, long term.
Okay, thank you. It's your turn, Ken. After I picked on you.
This has been an interesting process, because I thought I had it sorted out, but I would like to go and then hear bits and pieces of what you're thinking. And I think Chelsea did a great job in summarizing a lot of my thoughts, and that, you know, we're looking at wanting to preserve our heritage of hunting ourselves as a hunting community, you know, and manage those expectations and opportunities, but also keep, you know, a really good, healthy, big game population, and not just numbers, because that's, I think, one of the things, you know, Toby showed numbers, but these are numbers, they aren't demographics that occurred. So, you know, we might have terrible bull to cow ratio, which, you know, may require different kinds of changes in regulations. So, there's a lot to go into this, and that's not part of that, but there's just the population aren't just the numbers, it's the demographics and the numbers and the habitat. So, I think it's gonna be kind of a meld of a lot of these things. And where the technology comes into, and don't put this down, just kind of in context to where I'm at here, is that it's not just the numbers, demographics, and how technology is being used to kill these animals in these populations is affecting that demographics. And that affects health, herd health, and longevity of our genetics out there. To me, that's a lot of what we're talking about, and how technology is affecting us.
Is it close? Okay. Yes, sir.
Me?
No, well, either one.
I'd like to show the world that hunters are ethical and fair, and I would like to show Idaho that as well. When I signed the form to sign up for this, I said, you know, a big part of why I'm doing this is for the animals, and sometimes they need a little help. I think our fair chase statement is here, and I think our technology is here, so I think it needs an update. And obviously, and don't write this down, but I don't know if you're aware of Benjamin Franklin's quote when he was writing the Articles of Confederation, or at least they were collaborating. He said, if two wolves and a lamb are sitting down to decide what's for lunch, you know, that's a part of democracy, and we have to realize that we're sitting in this room and we're concerned about what we're gonna lose, and that's all of us. All of us are gonna lose certain things in order to maintain natural predation. Is a very important process. It's tens of thousands of years. It was only a couple hundred years ago we were in the Stone Age. So I think that it is important to know that technology is going to get better tomorrow. And we have to make sure that even if it's a standard, you know, that's set, you know, it's a compromise we're gonna have to make, because tomorrow, technology is we're gonna be having a whole different discussion. And there's not a lot of people out there, the 78%, they might not know what we're doing, but they're truly going to understand some things that, you know, like biological limits of animals, and we haven't even talked about it. So that's what I would like to make sure that people know outside that we are taking this seriously, and it's not just for us.
So you want to maintain
I want.
heritage populations up.
I think there needs to be software updates with hunting. We can go over those stats as much as we want, as far as how reliable they are. I think we just need to make sure that we are really looking at the biological limits of animals and worrying as much about the science of their defense system as the science of our arrows and our bullets. So we don't have any problem there. I mean, there's guys out there that know everything there is to know about technology, and they're gonna use it. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm just saying what's in the field, and the rules of engagement need to be covered, to be fair. I want to show the world that ethical hunters are fair.
Okay. I have that written down, yeah. So hunters can be ethical? The hunters are.
I think
Hunters
it's
are
right down, it's just ethical hunters are fair. That one statement wraps everything up.
Are fair.
Are fair.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Well, that's good.
You're thinking a lot up there, right? Yeah.
Too much.
No, it's okay. Nathan.
Like what Derek and Hallie had to say, but even Tal, I keep a rundown on my notes here, education. And that can hit what you just said about other people knowing that we're fair and ethical. That's the branding of hunting. It's not just the hunters we're going to, because PETA and Sierra Club have a lot more money than most hunters do. And so education for me is huge on educating the public that's not even hunting why we do this or we can not do this. And I think the commissioners and the Fish and Game would have an opportunity to create a very good education going out to the public on the how and the why, or even just the why we did this.
Thank you.
So I've got two bullets here, and these have kind of already been hit on in a couple different responses already, but. The two recommendations or items I would include would, one, highlight that. Hopefully the recommendations from this group incorporate and try to reflect the larger Idaho hunting community. We are just representatives, there's a ton of information that's been collected. And that will hopefully go into our recommendations to the commission. The second thing is that, any recommendations we come up with are founded on preserving the hunting tradition, the hunting opportunity, and promoting fair chase.
Heritage, opportunity. And what was the third?
Fair chase.
Okay. Thank you. Kim?
It's hard because there's so many things that have already been covered up there, so. I really like that you said, Tal, and that whole education part, I think there's a lot that can be done with education. But to me, it's all about, we still have to look, we want the group to know in our recommendations, the commissioners to know in our recommendations, that we very seriously considered everything that was presented to us. And, we're representing a lot more than what's in the room. It's all been said before, but I can agree with just about everybody, what everybody said up there, so. We were serious about the job we had in front of us.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess I'm hoping we get to the point that we can say that, an extremely diverse group of hunters representing the state of Idaho could come together and look past our own personal biases to come up with something to preserve our fair chase hunting heritage in Idaho.
Despite differences.
Yeah, I think it's important that we all have biases, but we're willing to look beyond our own biases to kind of what best can be greatest good.
I'm not sure I'm getting all the way where you wanted to go.
I'm sure it's gonna be close.
You're generous, thank you. Done.
Well, I think most of my thoughts have been covered to some extent already, but the one thing keeps coming back to my mind is kind of like what Derek said. Ultimately, long term, we can't just have it all. We can't still have, the unlimited access, unlimited technology. Maybe the unlimited tag, the opportunity that we have. We all want to preserve our opportunity. That's number one on my list as well, but I think ultimately we can't continue just to have everything go like we have it and still have all of opportunities. So at some point changes have to be made in some degree to whatever lever, the fishing game decides it needs to be pulled. So I really like what Nicole said, willingness to accept regional regulations that provide, an unfair, improper advantage.
Appropriate, is your word right?
Yeah,
Regulation,
sure.
okay. I know that's really messy. We have two people online.
Dylan or Jeff, if you want to unmute yourself and give us your response, please feel free.
Okay. I guess I'll go. So my decisions are proposals, I guess, are based off of community feedback to provide common sense regulation of newer technology to ensure fair chase and culture.
Okay, you have the advantage of looking at what you wrote down. We need to reflect what the.
My proposals are based off of community feedback, to instill common sense regulation of newer technology to ensure fair chase and culture.
I have written down, we need community feedback, but that's not really what you said. You said we need to.
No, my proposal is based off of community feedback. And that is common sense regulation of newer technology to ensure fair chase and culture.
Okay, I think I got it. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. Are you still with us?
Jeff, if you're talking, you're muted.
Well, I think everybody has pretty much hit on what's been on my mind. You know, in talking with a number of people, on my own, opportunity is paramount, and regulating of advantages or advancements and that sort of thing are secondary, you know. So the consensus is that, you know, we want to regulate those things. They've got to be regulated regardless. And that regulation to ensure that we have opportunity is what I'm getting from the people I've been talking to. That should be our priority.
Okay, I wrote down opportunity is paramount. We need to regulate technology to ensure opportunity.
Yes.
Great. Okay. If what I wrote down does not reflect what you intended, please visit with me later in the day and we'll get it fixed so that it's accurate going forward. Any other reflections that occurred to you, especially those of you that went first? Nothing to add?
I have a comment, so on Hallie's comment, about the no increases in harvest rates. I do recall one of the presenters, and I think it was our first in-person meeting, had suggested that due to long-range optics and rifle cartridges, that there was an increase in harvest of trophy animals. Just a point that occurred to me.
I think that was Megan.
Yeah.
And that is not scientific.
Oh.
It's just based on her observations in the field.
Okay.
Yeah, and Toby had to leave because his wife is sick, so he had to get home to her. I can follow up with Toby more specifically, but to the best of my knowledge, the data that we necessarily collect doesn't reflect that type of information.
Okay.
But I can double check with Toby to see if we do have some type of indicator of size and quality.
Isn't there, when you go to like Rollmont reports, there's a line item on that spreadsheet that says percentage of 6 point plus?
For control hunts, I don't know about general hunts, because
Yeah.
control hunts are
General.
different.
Yeah.
If you're interested, I've got the last 20 years, about 5 years, kind of all compiled down into general references. And honestly, it doesn't make a lick of difference from 2005 to 2020. It is damn near exactly the same. There's a little bit of oscillation with bad winters and weather. But for as long as I've worked in my store and I've seen the long range shooting stuff come up, honestly, I was one of those guys that thought they were killing all the big guys. It's not the case.
Let me wide range of what that means. The trophy animal is different than everybody's mind.
This is according to Fish and Game's 4+ or better, what they consider a mature deer. I didn't look much at elk. I just focused more on deer because that tends to be what most of my population really does that.
Okay, so you'll do some research
I'll follow
and
up with Toby.
get information to everybody. Okay, are we ready to have smaller conversation? Okay. So the first question I want you to talk about at your table is what patterns. I hope it's the same as what I have on here. What patterns did you hear in what the working group wants to include? So based on that conversation around it, what patterns did you hear? And what you think everybody wants? So at your table, I'm gonna bring you orange Post-it notes. You're gonna have only 3 per table. There's 4 of you, so that means that not everybody gets exactly what they want, but you need to agree as a group what you're gonna write down. We're gonna organize them on the wall, and in the mini break between questions, you get to go look at what everyone else came up with. Does that work? So, what patterns did you see in what you've heard around the room? Okay?
Like, do you wanna push? Is Jeff on your computer?
Forgot about that.
Or you can write it.
What's that?
Either wider, so I can't hear this. I should have been on.
So I'm gonna give them a hold on. 25.
Essentially like. Which is kind of we have all this technology. How do we? Yeah, I think that's probably.
Yes. General allowance is the problem, they're the state problem. But- Even that, so, a lot of that. So we'll come out of the basis that brought them to their eventual. So there will be but as far as reporting, I think some their contact recommendations, but then they don't have to come to their. They all do that.
All right. This is.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I really like that. There's so much going on, right? Like. Where there's all these other. Do a bunch of modeling, potential bias. You think like, of course, everyone, and there's no. Like in a lot of big so I don't probably reading. Yeah, and I guess my example, like, I'm just like, that's where. In my opinion. It opens up. Where it's as you have. I to get back on my hand what it takes. So there are a lot of people out there that there how do you write the regulation? Right, I mean, we're not gonna take it, but I think we have to be more than like, we don't want. I guess whereas all the hypothetical situations, you can have that sort of competitive.
That's what I thought.
You could say, actually, I'll play for yeah. I guess next year, this is gonna be probably. How far would it be? Like, let's get on. Unless you have a special meeting, and there's a delegate, you can't have it go. You got like something that. Look at it, be yeah, right. Say like. They're already. Can't be enough. Consider changing that. This week, things are, it's ridiculous.
We're still thinking the live water.
Yeah. 20. They're at least cheaper than Idaho. Shortly after. There's one right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But. So should there be
We have a 5-minute mini break. You're welcome to come over and look at what's on the wall. I'll tell you how I've categorized them so far. We have acting as representatives of Idaho hunters, not just individuals promoting self-interest. We have a whole bunch in this education category. With a little more detail on this one, which is educating the public about fair chase and hunting ethics. Now we've got opportunity, maintaining opportunity in this category. We've got fairness here. And then we have ethical heritage and reasonable regulations. This one is sort of connecting those two by saying willingness to self-regulate through the hunting community to preserve hunting heritage. So it sort of connects those 2 points together. So have I mischaracterized anything? All right, so you're now going to move to another table. One person can stay, but everyone else moves, but don't go in a herd. So you want to talk to people you want to talk to, yeah. Oh, mini
Doug Talbot.
You last one.
So a lot of people ask me.
All right.
So we probably should.
Oh, yeah.
Has everyone landed? So the next question. He's changing. The next question is, where there's disconnect
No.
among the working group members?
Yeah.
So where have you heard disconnect? Okay. So we're gonna come back at 3:05, and if you need to make a dash, just go for it. So 3:05, we're gonna have 3 more ideas on the wall.
Yeah, sorry.
When there's
There's another one.
I still think that I would say. We just.
So you guys have. I'm saying the minute you. There's gonna be. You got the halter, they'll be the veterans. And when they start. That would be an. Tens of thousands, you're all right.
It's not like you pick your battles, right? So
So if he jumps, that's where you see the trial, when they jump, it kills big body. Then you. Well, that's what he's saying, yeah, so he's saying that people can't. I'm gonna ask.
That's wild. Yeah. It's like, it's getting out of the way.
While sitting up.
So brown and that's.
Anything about 600 to me, that's because. I think it's counter to not. Now you can see each yard. Then you can see.
I'm learning.
Fish game has this. I'm the guy that's. That's why you have a question, but I would. It doesn't matter. People are gonna figure this out. This technology is coming. This is where it's all. See this right here? This is where we've been. This is. I know. But it's still an hour. You're not sitting, you show up. Yeah. And so it's next. To know how to read those numbers. And it says, and if you see just not fine. It's kind of. There people go by that. Your accuracy though, actually, you guys had it, Wyoming, the head guy. Anyway, they came to he is. Seriously. Even a kid. So. This is getting.
Two of us may not get it. One name is.
They would. But let me ask you this. And not only that, they're good. I told them that we're here, like, opportunity. I got a deal with that. She came. They do, I mean, and that's how this is. You get that first. You get that. You don't. It's under. They can't read anymore. And I don't like it. It's more.
That's in my house. I don't know. And to do that, I mean, that lever, I was so result. I can buy all this. But. It's a right, it's a straight share. They have to manage that.
It's either make more difficult or the problem. Did you look at how everybody between the in that 20 years, 20 years old, I got it. You've already and living side by side. Make some sensible, They already do. You know what's that? It's here's the deal. If he teaches his it's not a level piece, but I'm just saying education. If you don't have, come on. It's one of those things because I know because they so he just sat there and shot fire. So I said, even at night, I never could say that. But you also they're starting right now. You are not. Yeah, it's not gonna help. Not me. No, he was. That was. I get it.
What is long range? What is long range?
What is that? And then they can figure it out. Yeah, imagine how good. They actually, are HMI using. Yes, they just took. Lever action. He needs a bear. Disconnect.
But it's market.
Where are we not? Somewhere near.
Could it be the goals are? Not doing that, we're going about them and it hits.
My wife. Yeah. Yeah. So how that's going to go as the person. Well.
Okay, we're gonna take a real 5-minute break, not a 10 break like we did last time. I want you to come and look at what's on the wall for pink. These are the disconnects in the working group. And land somewhere new. Especially if you stay in the same chair. Take, you can have 10 minutes to look at what's on the wall if you land in another chair. Oh, okay? But this is what we're tackling as a group.
So.
Wendy. Wendy.
Yeah, it's gotta just, maybe I gotta just take.
So what they do. I used to work in
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an encouragement. Yeah, but that's, they can, no matter what they can do, is that you're not gonna get shape.
But the thing is, it's not hurts. That all.
I don't think it's. Yeah.
78% of the people. 78%. For us, we can't. Can't do that. Very first. Yeah, no, I got you. But I understand.
Right.
And they've got. If you look at my house. That's where you have.
I mean, I don't know.
And I would say.
I want to get them on the.
Yeah, yes.
Dan, you're over here, I think. Oh, are you moving? Make it Doug, move.
Yeah.
There. Okay, so the third question in small group. What ideas do you have for resolving differences of opinion to help the working group build consensus? So those are the distinctions in the room. What ideas do you have for overcoming those differences of opinion?
No little sticky to write it on.
I'll bring you some sticky paper. So the three biggest ideas you have for helping the group build consensus.
That'd be my.
Tell you what it is. Yes, what I'm saying is. So that's the thing.
There's something.
It's always. We're just trying to know. They just can't. We were helping. Oh, it's. I'm sure there's. Or it could be. I really don't.
The basement buildings, that's where I guess my wife was so interested in two of the first so listed, maybe all of our there it is. This question.
I really.
Makes it hard, but we have.
Well, just, I mean, the things where I turned it out this week. Yeah. My goodness, to remove. I think I have them all. So in this category, I've cleared the site boundaries and limiting and refining the scope. Do those belong together?
Yeah.
Fairly well? No? They're different?
Well, Dave, isn't ours clear besides boundaries unless there's another one?
Does, I put this one in the category.
Oh, okay.
Limiting, refining the scope. So just make sure you stay where you belong. There's a second one, which is focus on areas we already agree on, find common ground and work from that. So I thought this one bridges those two. Acknowledge that we have a common end goal and focus on the deliverables. So it sort of pulls these two together a little bit. Is that making sense? Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Use the data provided, focus on the survey results, and accept imperfect data and use it the best we can, extrapolate it for the long-term solution. Do those belong together? Yeah. Okay. Understanding what is used, which is kind of similar to listen and understand and discuss, right? So can I put this here? Okay. All right, then we have identify differences and start working on them, which is kind of the opposite of this, finding what you already agree on.
It could be on the same.
So I was trying to figure out how to put them together, but I didn't yet.
I could go with listen.
Oh, there was this one group that came up with, I'm not here. I'm not saying this belongs, and how to resolve differences of opinion.
I like that.
No, no.
It came from that table.
Okay, but then we have be willing to be upset in the name of consensus. And then realize that someone will be upset too. So this is kind of accepting your limits as a consensus body.
Grab the rock.
Which also kind of fits into the finding what's common and finding what's not, right? Because it's reach consensus on what you can agree on and figure out what you can't agree on and leave that alone. Does it feel like I've organized them properly?
Wendy,
Yes.
one thing I want to add to, we did receive responses to each of these questions from Dylan and from Jeff online. They emailed their responses to us.
And
So we will include those in the group memory. So it'll be really important for you all to look back at the group memory and see what your other members
we may still get responses from him as well.
and Tim, yes, too.
He was not even available.
So just, there will be additions to these from those who are participating best they can online, given all of our circumstances. So-
Survey they set out, that have the end date before here, or will they still provide more?
The report that I handed out to everyone?
That's
Yeah,
fine.
survey report?
Yeah, that's done. It finished on the 22nd.
Yeah.
So that's the high level review of it. We can dig in a little bit more to the data. If more questions arise, we can do that. But that is the report from the survey that will also be posted online for members of the public to review as well.
So,
Seems to go along with what we're going to talk about.
I'm gonna share the results of the survey that you did before lunch. If Zoom will let me.
Let me stop sharing real quick.
We need to be on there.
I don't like how this is presented at all.
Hold on, you gotta exit out something.
Oh, I'm not there yet.
You are, but it's not, on the big screen. So one second. Okay, there you go. So you're gonna have to hover your mouse over it, text.
Okay, and I'm gonna have to read the labels. So this is in Survey Monkey and we're having trouble getting it to present things the way we'd like them to, but. So they're in the order that they were on the form. Artificial. I'm sorry, the mouse is getting in your way. Artificial intelligence is the first column, followed by modern mapping technology, which is blue. Then yellow is drones. Then the turquoise is rifle scopes. We don't know how to. Oh yeah, you could make it bigger on there. Orange is modern crossbow technology. The purple is smart optics. The pink, or whatever that color is transportation. Beige is range finders. Red is modern archery optics. Whatever this color is. Gray is modern muzzle loader technology. The green is transmitting trail cameras. The blue is modern bow technology. Yellow is modern firearm optics. Turquoise is thermal imaging optics. Orange is modern optics. Purple is modern night vision thermal rifle scopes. And then the last pink is modern rifle cartridges.
I have a question on this. Is this showing like the magnitude of each of those bars is corresponding with the number of one, or how is this being graphically depicted, given that we rank things from 1 to 17?
We're wondering about the same question.
Is there any way you can make that a little bigger so I can actually?
I can't, right, not easily. We've been working on it, but we'll work on how to portray it for you in your good memory so that you can understand what you're looking at.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused too.
Well, Valerie and I were a little bit confused as well, because we went from low score to high score.
We're not sure how SurveyMonkey is
Accumulating. the
is
data.
scoring this, but I think the main takeaways from this are the ones that are higher are the ones where there's more agreements. The ones that are lower, there's less agreements as far as the ranking of importance.
Importance, yeah.
So this is how important are things.
To
So
you, to communicate in your advice.
So like the blue bar, more people put that as their number one.
higher ranking level of importance.
Okay.
But I'm not entirely sure
That's how I read it too.
what Qualtrics versus what SurveyMonkey is actually doing to come up with this.
It doesn't show the labels on the same screen as the number.
I don't know.
It's for this.
Oh, but so we go down.
Looks like
They have the numbers.
So 13%, 3 people said artificial intelligence was number one.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna work on how to share this data with you. I just didn't want to make you wait.
It's so the higher bar.
Down to your question.
It's just you can't see.
No, I know, scroll down. Only down the thermal stop. You see how thermal 52%.
Yeah, that makes sense. I see how it's getting calculated right there. That's exactly.
That's 50% put it in the.
I don't know.
Can you say that?
But in my.
Right. Thermal imaging optics, we're just trying to show you what the detailed data looks like. And what we can do. We need everybody to listen. So. Thermal imaging optics, 52% of you put it as number one. Okay, so that's kind of our purpose, but we will do the deep dive. It just wasn't possible this afternoon for us to do that deep analysis to understand what we're looking at.
What was two?
There's 17 times 22 numbers on here. So
I can't see the screen because I'm blind, so
Well-
I just thought maybe there was something there that I couldn't see.
There was like a four-way tie.
I need to dump it into Excel to do the analysis. I can't do it the way they're portraying it, so.
So Wendy, real quick, can you guys scroll back up to the top a little bit? Essentially, that graph created a list of 6 priorities. Is that pretty much what it did? It created the top 6.
I think the green, yellow, purple, green, turquoise.
Okay. I'm
That's
just
what-
trying to, okay.
And again,
Can you rearrange that graph, run it in a way where it organizes the most to the least?
Today. I tried all kinds of things over the last hour.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
We'll play with the data to try and get it in a more digestible way and have a better explanation, but this just kind of gives you. This
Okay,
gives you an understanding of where we're at, and I will provide a better detailed.
okay, we have 9 more minutes. Is there anything you need to say before you leave today?
Sorry, Wendy.
We try to behave next meeting.
It's so good to be together, isn't it? And I will try to create the same kind of opportunity online. I heard from one of you that said it's going better online than you thought it would, so hopefully we can continue that trend of supporting meaningful conversations, even though you're not physically present with each other. Sorry, I just realized some of you couldn't see me. Any feedback for how things are going or ways that we could improve your working together? Yes.
Are we planning on actually beginning to formulate and debate in the kind of meetings?
We're gonna have to get there somehow or another.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So, I would like for you to start thinking about what you'd like to recommend to your fellow working group members as things that you think there's an opportunity for reaching agreement on. And that doesn't mean that one that I'm right, you're wrong.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I know it is. I put it on the wall, but
Isn't that just the top 6 here?
it could be. But what are we saying about them?
Oh, yeah,
We just know what the topics are. We don't know what we're saying, right?
I'm right.
But it gives us something to look for.
Yes, and that's the goal.
Yeah.
I also want to make it clear to the group that your recommendations, we are not asking you or expecting you to make specific language red line recommendations. That will be for the department to do. We want you to make conceptual suggestions that we then take and work into rule language or legislative changes or what have you. So I don't want you to get fixated on the specific languages. I want you to focus on, we want the recommendation to be that this happens, and then we will go from there.
Keep in mind that you do already have a lot of agreement in the room and build on that to the extent you can. Yeah.
So this is more of a question about the process for both of you, because I think we know we're progressing through this, but I'm not 100% sure where we're at with it. So are we progressing like you'd anticipated? Or are we kind of where we need to be? Is there?
There's more agreement in the room than I might have expected. But we're missing 3 people right now today, and I want to get them back in the fold, and we're not together again one more time.
And we haven't gotten dirt yet either, so.
Yeah. But I want you to listen to your heart about what you know there's agreement in the room about and focus your attention on that. let's not pick fights on stuff that is not gonna be able to win. That's not useful, and remember that you're trying to represent all the Idaho hunters. So where do you think there's room to propose something that maybe everyone could support? But, so anything about what's going okay, what's going well, and what opportunities for improvement?
You won't hurt our
Cutest little
feelings.
face back in the back of the room, sorry.
I think this has been excellent. Even today in particular.
Okay, going well.
Good communication.
Throughout the first comment.
Perfect. I'm ready.
You have a hard time staying on topic. Or
Focus.
Yeah, focus has been a trouble.
Is
You all get
that,
along too well.
is that feedback from me?
No, that's not feedback for you.
Okay,
Us in general, with our questions, with our answers, with our comments, we're getting long-winded, we're getting off track and going down rabbit holes rather than staying focused on what we're trying to do.
you're real people. It's
We are real
okay,
people.
I understand that. That's the way real people.
To
Is that-
piggyback off of that directly, I'd say now that we have a list, I think that will help, or we're beginning to get a list here. I think that'll help us to get more dialed in to where we aren't just going down rabbit holes as much, because we'll have things to actually specifically discuss. So I think we're going in a good direction now. My
That gives
opinion.
me some insight for the next meeting. Thank you for that. Go ahead.
Well, I think too, some of the rabbit holes and long-winded discussions, part of the consensus process that you have to get through. And because everybody's positioning, trying to get their point across, their values, trying to influence. But I think we found some common ground. We're still, I think, a ways apart, from gelling on that yet. I think some common ground defining and to give us a baseline to work from would help us. But I think that exercise did a lot to help us understand that.
Good. Anything else about what's working well for you or how we can make this process work better for you? Yeah.
In future meetings, when we have presentations, I think it would be helpful if we held questions till the end of the presentation, kind of getting back to that, staying on task and staying focused.
I'm pretty sure we're not gonna get any more presentations.
Oh,
The time is yours from here on out. We were trying to get them all out of the way. Unless you think there's something you need to know about.
You might get some homework assignments, but as far as scheduled presentations
Yeah.
to the group.
Our goal is to preserve the rest of the time mostly for you all to talk to each other.
that's dope, thank you.
Yep.
Good.
So would some deadlines, hard objectives be helpful to the group for us to know if our progress is going quickly enough and if we're getting the product we need to have it ready for March?
I believe we have 4 more meetings.
4 more?
I think so.
4 more working meetings?
Can you go back to my slide?
3 Zoom members.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to stop sharing when it's on your computer.
Oh, I have to stop. Okay. I think if you focus on what you agree on first, and we move towards the tougher stuff, you'll be able to reach consensus on things that you agree on. And that's good, isn't it? The stuff that you're not gonna be able to agree on, if we tackled that first, we might never get to something we agree about, but. So let's start with what we think we've got agreement around. So, yes,
How will it work in the very end? I mean, if it's the last day, do we all take votes on all those ideas? Is that how it works? It's like the very last thing they do. Yeah.
as a facilitator, my definition of consensus is we all understand and will support. You'll notice I did not say we will all agree. Okay, So you may come to a point where you don't agree with all of the points, but you recognize that this room of people heard you out. And that this product is the best product this group can produce together. So and I don't mean to pick on you, but if your little pet issue doesn't make the cut, you understand the group couldn't support it. And if you don't like everything that's on that list, you do understand that everyone else in the room is okay with it going forward. So what will support means is it's not okay for you in May to write a letter to the editor in the paper and say, I was part of this process and the outcome was garbage. Okay, it means you support it. So how we get there is if you really disagree with something, you need to make a case for what you need to see changed. And bring that with passion. I can't live with this and this is why. And if you fix it this way, I can live with it. Then the rest of the room needs to honor that contribution because that's really valuable.
But we're doing that at the last meeting.
Well, we're gonna be building towards it. Yeah.
Kind of depends on where folks are at. Is there some things that could be reach consensus very easily? That they get put to the side because we've done it, and then there are other things that might take to the last meeting to get there.
And I really need to invite all of you to object when you need to, and to do so constructively. Not, I can't live with that and go home pissed, excuse my language. It means I need you to fix this in this way because I can't live with the way it's worded right now. And you need to be generous about those contributions in the room. Come at them really genuinely and know that you're all working hard to reach agreement on what you want to say. Yeah.
So when we get the recommendations to y'all, what is the likelihood that it's gonna be implemented?
So let me go back to.
Remember, I'm not fishing.
So let me go back to the process, right? We are at the beginning of the process. Y'all will come up with recommendations, consensus-based recommendations. We'll put them together in a document that provides additional background information that basically says, this is the process we went through. This is all of the work that went into these recommendations and why these recommendations are the ones that have moved forward. That will be given to the commission. The commission will then take action and direct the department to either, yes, proceed with all of the recommendations through the rulemaking process, proceed with none of them, or proceed with some of them. And then they will direct us to then start doing the rulemaking process, which is where we actually take your recommendations and start doing the red line incorporation of them. Once we go through that process, we then have to go entirely through our rules making process, which has a whole nother level, another time for public feedback and all of that to then get re-presented back to the commission for them to make a formal vote on what does or doesn't actually make it into the regs.
Okay, then once that process is done, how long until its regulations are accepted?
Yeah, hold on. So that is in chapter 4. We're doing that now. Once the commission, if the commission approves of, directs us to do rulemaking, we go through the rulemaking process, we make necessary changes, goes back to the commission votes to approve it. It then has to go through the legislature one more time for them to sign off on it. So that would be in 2020, so 2025, so that would be 2026. At the earliest. Can I
make one more point about consensus?
Okay.
If there's a point that the group can't reach agreement on, the easiest thing is to take that point out. Okay, because then you can support it. We don't want to try to move forward with something that people in the room don't agree with. That doesn't make any sense. So. Okay.
I have a quick proposal for the next meeting. That the group comes up with a number of proposals that they think is reasonable to actually work on. So we had a list of 17 and it looks like there's 6 standouts, and I'm not saying anything specific. I'm just saying to the group, I think at our next meeting, we should decide how many we think is a reasonable number to actually try to work on. Is 6 too many? Is 3 better? I don't know. And then go from there. Because if we try to hash out a bunch and we're halfway through already and we just got a list. So I think we should narrow down to a point where we think we have a reasonable number to tackle, and that's for the whole group to decide. And maybe we should try to tackle some of that at the next meeting, if that sounds reasonable to everyone.
Just, I mean, I'm thinking ahead is that we organize, let's just use the number 3, we get into 3 small groups next time and we tackle the 3 top. And work together to see what we can agree on recommending.
We highlight those items on that survey that already have rules in place, please. Like the drones, we already know you can't use drones, we already highlight that, because I mean. if
I
that's
can,
already got
we're
rules
gonna
in
share the
place-
presentation with you that has all that in it, so you
Okay,
will have that.
Then we don't need to focus on that, that's, if you just throw that out.
Well, unless you think it's inadequate.
Right, so if there's things that you wanted to change in it, right, because currently it's the 24-hour for drone, to your example for drones. Currently, there's the next calendar day rule, so if you wanted to make that more stringent,
Okay.
you
Yeah,
could.
it should be pretty easy and quick then at that point.
Well, you're building from what's already there,
Okay,
right? Yeah.
and that's all I'm saying is that there's already rules kind of already in place for that.
If you wanted to make recommendations to
Yeah.
change them, you could
Okay, perfect.
improve, more stringent, less stringent.
So it's 5 minutes after 4. Does anybody have anything they have to say before they leave?
Got one question for you.
Yes.
So the Mule Deer Working Group finished and has recommendation, right?
Neil, they're working.
Yes, Southeast Builder work, yes.
So would there be any benefit for us to review what they're recommending to see if there's common ground for us to work from? So at a minimum, we aren't conflicting.
I would say that is the job of the commission to decide. The Mule Deer Working Group is specific to the southeast.
Oh.
It's not statewide.
Okay.
So they have their recommendations. You are by more than welcome and encouraged to talk to those individuals if you would like to.
Find out. when they
These
come.
are more statewide. If you wanted to make a recommendation specific to making regional, not discrepancies, but encouraging the commission to address these issues regionally, you could. But I think that's for the commission to compare what y'all come up with and what they come up with and see where they jive or where they don't, and the reasoning behind those two, for them to work through and to determine the best way forward.
Yeah, if I may, there's a difference between season setting, rulemaking, and code change. All right, so drones are in Title 36 code, not rule. So yeah, there's other rules. And then a lot of what you did in the southeast is season setting.
Right, and this group doesn't focus on season setting.
Okay. So, all right, yeah, I was thinking they had a broader scope, just season.
Are you exhausted? Thank you for your time today. And we'll see you online on the 27th. Yep, okay.
No.